All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. It is 5 o'clock. Please take your seats. Thank you. We have several items on tonight's study session agenda, and I believe we are going to start with something that has caused a lot of interest in East Norman particularly, and I'm looking forward to this presentation so I can better respond to all of the emails that I have gotten about this issue. So, Director of Public Works, Mr. O'Leary, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I hope I can help you and maybe our citizens with a little bit of information. Yes, this is a big deal. Access Oklahoma is new to all of us, and really the last week is a week ago that this was announced at the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority meeting. It's called Access Oklahoma. We're just going to give you a quick overview of some of the things we've learned, and then we'll, David Reisman is here with me, our city transportation engineer, and we'll stand for any questions that you have. Won't read through this. We're just going to cover the kind of the basics of the program as we go through. And I'm going to go as pretty quickly. I know you've got a long agenda. I know we're all trying to get to Fat Tuesday celebrations, right, later. Anyway, so first of all, the reason I'm here, your Department of Public Works is your Department of Transportation. We don't use that term. We use Public Works instead, but most of what we do in Public Works is transportation, so we hope that we are your resource. Please come to us. We do all things transportation for the city of Norman, streets, street projects, maintenance. We do public transportation, pedestrian transportation, bike transportation, and so on. And now apparently we're going to have turnpike transportation in Norman, and we'll go into what we learned here in this last week. So we do have a comprehensive transportation plan that Council adopted in 2014. Really proud of that plan. It was actually our first CTP. Most cities had CTPs 30 and 40 years ago. We were a little bit late getting into that, but it's really an important document. It really should be updated about every 10 years anyway, so this comes at a time when probably should be updating it, and probably no better reason than when you take on a new transportation system the scale of this one. The CTP has guiding principles from a 2011 community listening phase, and those are really basic, and I think those will carry us through this processing this issue. It is multimodal. We're not just about roads anymore. We're about pedestrians and bike paths and public transportation and RTAs and you name it. And now we're going to be dealing with turnpike systems, which we've never had in Norman. And there was you all appointed a 45-member citizen oversight committee, so we had lots of citizen input, lots of subcommittees, and they did a great job guiding us through this. We use this every day. Those of us in Public Works and in the transportation business use that. I certainly open it up weekly or bi-weekly for various reasons. We use it to classify and design our streets. We deal with complex transportation issues. We use it for our budget. That capital budget you discussed a couple weeks ago was born out of that document. Access Oklahoma will change our transportation system here significantly. I've never seen anything quite like it. I've been doing this for a few years in a couple of different cities, and I've never seen anything quite the magnitude of this program at one time in one city. And the CTP really must coordinate with your Norman land use plan. As you know, you've got kind of a dated plan. The 2025 plan really needs to be updated. I think 2040 is what we're looking at. So as we update that plan, we need to incorporate that transportation element into it. So what is the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority? I really was not very familiar with them until recent weeks, actually months. We heard about this possible long-range plan in December at the OTA board meeting in December. We heard that there was going to be this long-range plan and it might impact Norman. So that's when we started to really pay attention and learn about what OTA is. OTA was created by the state legislature back in 1947. Really ahead of its time, really, by Senate Bill 225. The first efforts were to connect Oklahoma City and Tulsa. Many of us have driven on that many times, and we appreciate the Turner Turnpike. Then it kind of meandered to the northeast, getting up into Missouri, and then to the southwest, connecting us back to Texas. So eventually became an important to do those loops around the metropolitan area, so you can see the Kirkpatrick and so on in OKC, the Creek Turnpike in Tulsa, and so on. So that's been the efforts, largest efforts, I think, of the Turnpike Authority over those years. In 1953, the state kind of reinvented the OTA, creating that board, the board that met last Tuesday to roll out this program. You know, in 1947, turnpikes were kind of a new thing. There weren't a lot of turnpikes happening in this country. This notion of paying for transportation with fees or tolls really wasn't being done much, but it has become very popular. There are more toll activity, turnpikes in this country than ever before, and internationally across the world, turnpikes are becoming a way to get things done in transportation. There just are never enough gas taxes or other taxes to build these expensive roads. So this is consistent with what's happening across the country and across the world. The Turner Turnpike was from OKC to Tulsa was opened in 1953. Will Rogers going up to Missouri from Tulsa in 1957. The H.E. Bailey from OKC to Texas in 1964. And those three turnpikes form the basis of what many of us refer to as Interstate 44, which now connects Oklahoma from Missouri to Texas. We'll show you a map here in a minute that takes a little look at that. With the I-44 largely complete, then OTA turned their attention to other areas. I've not been on several of these myself, but there's the Muskogee Turnpike, Indian Nation, Creek, Chickasaw, Gilcrease, and most recently the Kickapoo Turnpikes built since 1969 to about last year, 2020, 2021. There are 630 miles of turnpikes in Oklahoma. I didn't know that. There's a lot out there. And then OTA merged with ODOT in 2020 through Senate Bill 1775. That was a really important thing. It's important to what's happening now in Norman. And the Oklahoma Secretary of Transportation currently, Mr. Tim Gatz, manages both agencies. So here's what the turnpike system looks like on a map. It's really pretty extensive and kind of gives you an idea both of what I just said, sort of the development since the last 60, 70 years, but also how it fits into what's proposed in this new long-range plan. These little yellow boxes represent the last plan, which was called Driving Forward. That was rolled out about 5 to 7 years ago. I'm not certain about when it was announced. But that Driving Forward long-range plan built those sections, or it widened the Turner Turnpike, if you've been on that beautiful 6-lane section there just west of Tulsa, things like that. It also created the Kickapoo Turnpike, which is the first, and that connected the Turner to I-40, and that becomes an important topic as we're talking about this proposal for Norman, the extension of the Kickapoo to the south. So what are turnpikes? Again, basically toll roads. They again, were a fairly new concept when they started in Oklahoma, becoming much more common. And what's really interesting is this conversion to cashless. I don't know if you've seen this, but in the last 2 years, OTA, the Oklahoma Turnpike system, has converted to cashless system. So that picture on the right there with the through lane, you're flying down the turnpike at 80 or 85 miles an hour. But if you don't have a pike pass, you got to pull over to this little toll booth and pay your pass. Those are all gone, or they're going to be gone very soon. We are now going to a cashless system in Oklahoma, which, if you can imagine the efficiency that brings. We no longer have toll booths with people out there frankly in the boondocks in a little booth for hours on end. We no longer have traffic slowing down to pay the toll. They're flying through, and basically, if you don't have a pike pass, that technology is now reading your license plate, and you get a bill in the mail a week later, just like it happens throughout other parts of the country. So we're no longer taking tolls, and I understand they're no longer taking tolls in Oklahoma or very soon to be fully converted over. So that dovetails into more efficiencies into what we think the Turnpike Authority is trying to do here in Oklahoma, and of course has more money to do that. Now they're not paying for all those services. So what is Access Oklahoma? The thing that we learned about last Tuesday, that's an acronym that stands for Advancing and Connecting Communities and Economies Safely Statewide. This is a $5 billion with a B. That's a big number. I remember in my career about 30 years ago, as a young city engineer, the state of Oklahoma, or the state of Kansas, rolled out a $1 billion statewide highway program, and we thought it was the biggest thing that ever happened in our civil engineering careers. This is a $5 billion program that the state here, OTA, is rolling out. 15-year delivery on the program, and they're going to touch 147 miles of turnpikes, either new or widening of existing turnpikes. So just mind-boggling. This is a big, big deal that most of us in the transportation business have never seen before, certainly not in one state. So prior to the announcement at the OTA board meeting last Tuesday, the 22nd, we have been talking, certainly the cities in this area, ACOG, ODOT, for I think as long as I've been here, 15 years, about what are we going to do about I-35 in the metro. Ever increasing traffic volumes, lots of congestion, lots of rush hour traffic, lots of accidents. We actually shut down the interstate at times because of accidents and weather events. So what are we going to do? Well, we know we can't widen anymore. We can't go wider than 6 lanes. The RTA is a great concept, but that's not going to do it alone. And so this notion of a turnpike and loops around I-35 is exactly what we thought probably would come someday. We didn't think it would come this fast, but that's exactly what has been evolving for many, many years. And not only is that the traffic that we generate, we as citizens and those who drive to Oklahoma City for their jobs every morning, but nationwide truck traffic is on the rise. You've seen it when you've driven interstate systems. Lots more trucks, and those trucks are getting caught in that rush hour traffic. They're getting frustrated because they can't hit their delivery schedules, and it's affecting interstate commerce. How can we move trucks around the congested areas? That's what this program will do as well. Again, OTA, these are bullets right out of their website. OTA's #1 priority is the safety and security of travelers. The additional routes and improvements will provide motorists alternative travel options. Think about, we'll show you the map here in a minute. David's going to walk you through that website just quickly, but think about this connection through Norman, Moore, Oklahoma City, and then down, tying back into I-35 just north of Purcell. And you're a truck leaving Houston and you're trying to get to St. Louis or Springfield, Missouri, you will never go through Norman and Moore and I-35 again. You'll go right around that. And the reduction in travel time is almost 2/3 of their time. Today it takes about an hour and a half. They'll do it in 30 minutes after completion of this program. So that's a lot of what's behind what you're seeing about the routes chosen and so on. A lot more than I think any of us know. And I think we're going to start seeing that information from OTA as they continue to release public information. And again, every mile and dollar invested in transportation, roads, and bridges pays dividends to future generations. And I think we've all seen that in our lives. It was kind of brought home to me last week. I was at that OTA board meeting, and Secretary Gatz, in his comments, compared Access Oklahoma to the Interstate Transportation Act of the 1950s. President Eisenhower is the originator, I think, of that movement. He had this vision that we would have this interstate highway system in this country that was going to be able to allow us to travel anywhere we want. Well, today we take that for granted, but that didn't exist in 1950, 1945. Those interstate systems, 35 and 40 and 70 and 80 and 10 and so on, didn't exist until that act was formed in the 50s. Well, Secretary Gatz thinks Access Oklahoma is of the scale of that, and I think he's probably right, certainly as it relates to Oklahoma. Put that in perspective for you. Interstate 35, which was developed in that 1950s program, is about 7 miles long in Norman. Think about, you can all picture what I-35 looks like in Norman. Think about, for those that have been around a few years, think about what that looked like 50 years ago. I know I've heard these stories about that was so far out west, it wasn't even part of the city limits. We didn't even think about I-35 being in the city of Norman, and now think about the development and the economy that's generated over the years. These two turnpikes that have been proposed last week are 25 miles in length, more than 3 times than the length of I-35 in Norman. That's what we're dealing with here. This east-west connector is 13 miles long in Norman, and the south extension, or the Kickapoo extension, is 12.5 miles long. So this is a big, big deal, and 3 times as big, certainly in mileage of turnpike and highway systems, than it was in the 1950s with I-35. Next steps for the, did I skip a slide? Yeah, next steps for the city of Norman. Just again, there's a lot more that I think we're all going to figure out here. This is the best we could sort of come together in a few days here. But we have arranged for council to meet with Deputy Director Joey Kelly from the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority. He will be here on March 29th in a study session, and I presume, and he offered that after the announcement. So I'm sure he will have so much more to tell you about their program and what it means, and as more information that they're learning. We think one of the most important things we can suggest to you is that we ought to get busy updating our comprehensive transportation plan, because it just changed dramatically. There were no turnpikes in 2014, so none of our transportation planning thought about that or knew about that or is adapted to that. So I think we ought to rethink our budget, frankly, and budget some funds in FY23 to update that plan. I know council is very interested in updating the land use plan. That's almost expired, so whether that's going to be Norman 2040 or Norman 2045, I don't know. Director Hudson can probably tell us that. But again, that land use plan and transportation plan need to work together. They always have, and they always will, and that's so important to our ability to plan our future and know what to do in our future in both transportation, land use, and development. We certainly want to assist our citizens and landowners. I know you're getting lots of calls. We're getting lots of calls, lots of concerns, lots of anxieties, lots of fears. Not getting too many positive calls, frankly, yet. I hope maybe those are coming, because there are pros and cons here. We're not hearing too many of the pros, but we understand this has been a shocking thing. If you own property in the route that is shown on these maps, that's a little scary to think, how does that work? I had one of my colleagues in Building A, won't name any names, but he walked in my office last Thursday and he said, "Can you help me? I just looked on the map and my house it's going right through the middle of my house. What do I do?" And he's one of our older employees getting ready to retire. So I understand the pain that this might be causing, but I know from our own experience and from what I've learned about OTA that they are going to take care of every landowner. Again, look at that map. They have successfully acquired hundreds of parcels of land to build those turnpikes previously, including over the last 5 to 7 years. The Kickapoo, I'm understanding there was maybe 1 or 2 eminent domain cases in the entire Kickapoo development a few years ago. I don't know that they went to the full court action. So all of those cases were settled out of court. In my experience, and many of you know, landowners who work with government agencies like this usually do pretty well. They get more money than they would have gotten on the regular market, because they're being paid for the fair market value of their land, their buildings. If they have to move, they are relocated at the expense of the OTA. So finances should not be a concern in my experience with those folks. I understand it's still difficult, but and time should not be too much of a concern. This is not happening tomorrow. It is happening over the next 15 years. We do think that these 2 turnpike sections in Norman are high priority. So I wouldn't be surprised if we are driving on them in less than 10 years. Would not surprise me, but I don't know that. And we hope to learn that from Mr. E. Kelly here in a couple weeks. But again, we are here to answer as many questions as we can. Our best advice, though, and we think yours, is to send them to the OTA. Give them that 800 number, give them that website. I happen to know for a fact that they are answering every call. By Friday last week at 5:30, they had received over 400 calls. Every one of them was answered by a real person. Most of them are answered by project engineers working on the project. These are not answering systems. These are the project engineers who are working on this system. They are listening to every concern, logging every concern, answering what they can, taking the feedback that they can. A lot of those calls are about land. Not all, but a lot of them, and we know you are getting those too. And David is going to show you here in a minute. I think I'll pass off here just in a second, and he can show you. There's a really good element on that website for OTA about how the land acquisition process works, what eminent domain is, and how how they can expect to be treated. Finally, hearing lots of comments about our Lake Thunderbird watershed environmental issues. We've heard from the birders, we've heard from lots of folks, and we understand their concerns. But I trust that our state of Oklahoma, the OTA, will follow and probably exceed all of the environmental regulations that we all do, that the city does, that ODOT does, and I know OTA does. So they will go through the same environmental assessments, and they will be as sensitive as they can. We know all about floodplains. They will respect our floodplain regulations. We know that. There are going to be some challenges, I'm pretty sure. They're probably going to have to elevate this road in certain places to avoid impacts in those areas, and they will probably do that as they have done that on previous routes. So we know that's a concern, and that's probably one of the areas that the city of Norman will be very actively involved in, because we manage that land. We manage many of our floodplain regulations. We have a water quality protection zone and so on. So we know that that will be high on our priority list. So with that, I'd like to have David just walk you through just a few minutes. And so many of you I know have been on here, but this is a great resource, this website.
And if anybody wants to offer up a quick prayer that I can make technology work here, that'd be fine. Let's see, we'll put the mouse over here and open the website. Okay, so here's the website. If you come across the top part of the screen, there's information that you can access about any of the projects that are part of Access Oklahoma, the widening and the new mileage. There's a nice frequently asked questions section. There is a section for media, but that's probably not anything anybody's going to touch right now. But there is a good property acquisition section that's got information about all the things related to property acquisition. There is a, get down here, there is a nice video that OTA added for about a 5-minute video that talks about all the land acquisition process. So that's a good thing. But I think what most people want to see right now is the map. So we'll go back to the main page. And there's the map coming up. Now what's on this map? There are a lot of blue and a lot of yellow. The blue is all the new roads, the widening that's going to occur. Sean talked about cashless tolling. One of the benefits of cashless tolling is if you've driven the Turnpike, you see a lot of instances where you can get off going one direction, but you can't get off going the other direction. Cashless tolling will allow full access interchanges. So a lot of that yellow is modifying a lot of those interchanges to make them full access. So if we scroll into Norman, you can start looking at these turnpikes a little bit. Okay, so the east-west connector starts over here at I-44 on the west side of the river, over here on the left side of the screen. It comes into Norman, and there's an interchange at 60th. There is an interchange at 36th. See the ramps getting on here, on and off. And there's an interchange at I-35. Now, one thing that you may or may not have picked up from this little short tour is that the Turnpike operates at a much higher speed than interstates tend to. So the design speed's higher, which means the ramps get longer. So if it looks like, for example, the ramp here at, well, I went too far. The ramps here to get off on I-35 from the Turnpike, they go almost to 24th Avenue Northwest. That's how long the ramp is. That's significantly longer than an interstate ramp is. We'll go a little further east, and there's an interchange. Come on, work with me. Bryce has stopped working with me. I just want you to see it. There's an interchange at Sunny Lane, or I'm sorry, Broadway. There's an interchange at Sooner Road, 12th Avenue. And there is an interchange at 48th, if I can get that far. Come on. There it goes. There's the interchange at 48th. And that's where the frontage roads stop. The frontage roads essentially go from 60th west to 48th east. They'll develop one-way frontage roads. So if we scroll, if the map will scroll with me. Come on. There it goes. Tell you what. Okay, there we go. Say that and then it stops again. you get eventually to this, the part coming down from the Kickapoo. So that's just east of 84th Avenue. If we look up a little higher, it starts coming into Norman. Here's an interchange at Choctaw Road, just north of the city limits. It crosses into Norman, just east of 108th. You gotta have your cursor on the map. There it is. There's an interchange. There's the same one that we looked at earlier. There's some realignment there at Franklin Road because they're essentially coming right across the intersection of 84th and Franklin. So there's a little bit of realignment southbound to get it further west and northbound to get it further east. Boy. Okay, there's an interchange at Alameda. And there you can really see the length of the ramps down here at Alameda. Those ramps are going almost a mile in either direction. And then there's an interchange at Highway 9, if I can get there. Wow. There it is, Highway 9. And then it starts leaving the city limits again. There's an interchange at Etowah Road, and I'm probably not going to go all the way down there because it takes forever to scroll that far. But there's Etowah. And then it starts turning towards the southwest. There's an interchange at US 77, and eventually it connects to I-35 north of Purcell. Sean, I think I've given that enough.
Thanks, sir. It looked way harder than, can I?
You're back there. You should.
I should be able to go.
We didn't say the right prayer for technology.
We didn't hit the right button, Bryce. Thanks, sir. Okay, so we'll just wrap up here, Council. Again, our best advice is get on that website, and some wonderful opportunity for information there. There's a comment section, question section, and so on. That 800 number is being answered. I encourage folks to do that. And the final advice I've given a few folks on land issues is, these are lines on paper. I suspect that they will move slightly. I don't think they're going to move miles. I think they're going to move hundreds of feet here and there as the OTA learns things that they might not have seen before when they were laying this out. But if you see your property impacted here or your house impacted, that may not necessarily be the way this all shakes out. But at the very least, you ought to make contact with the OTA, express any of your concerns, ask any of your questions. I think their land acquisition folks are underway in their research process, and they'll be probably ready to meet with folks fairly quickly throughout the state. But again, those are questions that only they can answer. And with that, I will be happy to take any questions that you all have of me or David. I'm
sure we have plenty. I'll start with, why didn't they get constituent feedback before dropping this out?
Great question for them, Mayor. Again, we're learning about it as quickly as you all are. Again, I won't answer for them because I don't know the answer. I know that the Turnpike Authority operates a little differently. I know their development of turnpikes looks to me to be a little different than what we've seen with ODOT or cities or counties, and I'm sure there's a reason for that. I just don't know what it is, frankly. Okay. The way I sort of rationalize what I think the OTA is, it's sort of like our utilities department here. They are an enterprise fund, the Norman Utility Authority, probably it's coincidental they use the same term, and they operate completely on rates. They don't take any tax money, and they have a separate board. It's a little different than the council and so on and so forth. So I think the OTA is kind of like that. They are a separate entity. They don't use any tax money. Maybe they don't have to do the same kind of public input that government agencies do, even though they are technically part of the state government. But those are all good questions that I think we all need to be asking Mr. E. Kelly, or even calling this number to ask them. I suspect that, like I said in the comments here, that these discussions about connecting turnpikes have gone on for years, quietly, maybe at ODOT or OTA or other places, because I know we've had those discussions here in Norman about what the heck are we going to do with I-35? The only way to fix that is to go around Norman. I don't know that we ever used the term turnpike or we knew where it was going to be, but we've had those conversations here with the council and with the community. So I think many of these routes and these suggested new turnpikes have been discussed informally, but I think you're right, probably not in formal public hearings.
Because I found out about it days before the public did, and so it's been very difficult for me to answer questions about this.
Yeah.
You know, for those that are watching, as I said earlier, I've been waiting to respond to emails till I have more information about it. I have reached out to the Oklahoma Municipal League and asked them to start following the OTA better, because this has not been fun being caught off guard like this,
Right.
and feeling kind of helpless in addressing very important quality of life issues for our residents in Ward 5.
I appreciate that. And again, I can only tell you I live in the transportation world, and I got a call from a colleague early December that said, hey, you probably ought to go to that OTA board meeting next Tuesday. And I said, well, I don't go to OTA board meetings. I said, you might want to go to that because I think they're going to roll out a long-range plan, and it might impact Norman. So Daryl and I knew nothing about this, and I attended that meeting, and there was no paper, there was no maps. I didn't have anything to really tell him, except I kept hearing Norman over and over again in that meeting. So I knew something was coming, and that's when we began asking for input and feedback and information. We've been getting it about the same pace as you have, and we saw no factual maps or information until last Tuesday morning at 10:30. So we're all kind of getting this at the same pace.
All right. I mean, this is one of the things I love most about Norman is our dual character of the opportunities for urban and the opportunities for rural. And this very much puts a dent in our rural opportunities and changes the nature of Ward 5, something, again, that I think makes Norman very special. And I'm not,
Sure.
yelling or berating you. I understand that we were all caught off guard by this, but it's very, very concerning.
Understand. And I think that's why the update of that land use plan is critically important for this council. You need to decide what Norman is going to look like and how we're going to adapt. I have a feeling this is coming, that there's no turning backwards here based on what I've learned. So we need to learn how to make the best, as you say, of Norman, of our rural and urban systems, our transportation systems. But I think it's going to look very different.
Is it possible to update our comprehensive transportation plan and our land use plan at the same time?
Yes, and we should. We really should, and we are prepared to do that. It will take some funding from the council, but that really is the best way to do those. And they just like the Norman 25 land use and transportation plan, that was done together. So we agree.
Madam Mayor, we think it would be an excellent time for us to also review sewer master plan, water master plan, and stormwater master plan, because we do think it will change when the traffic patterns change. It will change behaviors, and it will create demands for development, especially around every intersection, every interchange identified on the map. So the ability to be able to control stormwater, to be able to make sure we've got bridges, and of course we all know what our bridge condition is. All of that needs to work together, as Mr. O'Leary pointed out, and we think we probably also need to include sewer, water, and storm drain master plans in that systems update.
Is it possible to communicate with OTA to figure out a drop-dead time of when this will be finalized? Because I don't want to start moving forward on any of that until we're 100% sure of what's coming or what's not coming.
You bet. And again, that's why we've invited Mr. E. Kelly here. I think he's got all the answers. He is the deputy director of the OTA. He's been working on this, as I understand, from the beginning. He's actually ex-ODOT. He's a 30-year guy from ODOT. So I think he'll have those answers for you. The one thing I learned last Tuesday was that this is a very dynamic website. So they indicated that it would be changing pretty frequently as information is determined. They will be posting on the website. So that's why I encourage folks to stay tuned there, including schedules. There's really nothing about schedules here. But we're hearing from our discussions with our OTA partners out there that they are very interested in rolling this program out quickly, or parts of it. And part of the highest priority routes we're understanding are the routes in Norman. But again, there's 147 miles of turnpike they're building here that will take probably all of the 15 years. What we're most interested in is, as you say, how quickly are you coming to Norman? When is that going to happen? And I think it's fairly quickly.
Can we work with OTA instead of just updating the website, that we create some sort of mailing list so Ward 5 residents get updates in real time?
You bet. I'm happy to do that. That's the kind of thing we can help them with. Interesting feedback I got from one of their project engineers. He said that they're answering every call, they're calling every person back, and they're also seeking out social media posts that maybe aren't as complimentary of the OTA, and they're calling them too. So they want to talk to people. They really want to talk to people
Well,
about
perhaps
their
they should have
concerns.
done that before unveiling. this
Appreciate
plan.
that. But I think they generally are interested in hearing folks' concerns, and if they can provide information or change the timing or sequencing, I think they seem open to doing that.
Thank you. Councilmember Foreman.
So I just want to start with saying that I'm having some serious allergies going on, so if I sound funny or need a tissue at any moment, I apologize. A lot of people have asked me how I personally feel about the Turnpike, and I don't like it. It is personal. My mom is a 71-year-old widow, and she will lose her home. My childhood pets are there. This is the house we settled in when we moved to Oklahoma. My father passed away there, so this is very personal for me. And just to note that council, we can't do anything about it. A lot of people have said we've known about this. I knew on Tuesday when everyone else did. So I'm not giving up the fight, and I'm not looking at changing any plans yet, Sean. So there's that. This is not just a Ward 5 issue. This is also going to affect my Ward 6. 12th Street is already a major thoroughfare to Tinker and to campus. A lot of my rural residential areas are very concerned about it. I'm off of 12th Street, so I don't like the thought of Turnpike traffic whizzing past my house very much. But let's see, I have a lot of notes. I'm trying to get my minds here. Mr. Mattingly or Mr. O'Leary, I don't know. With where it's going, is this going to affect any wells that we have in this area? It's going to affect wells. So, okay, can you talk about that?
Yeah, Chris was looking at that map with us last Tuesday, and he said, "Oh my, there's 6 wells."
Yeah, it did look like it'll affect 6 wells.
And so what does that mean? We have to redig?
Well, we have a couple up on, north on I-35. And when the well houses are close to the traffic, it's not safe. And so I think if we have big trouble with those, they're not gonna let us relocate those. So I think they'll probably want us to relocate them to somewhere else.
Will that be a cost of the city, or will it be a cost of?
No, I expect that'll be they'll pay us for those.
They'll do that,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, thank you, Chris. So with the Turnpike, their statutory purpose is to bypass cities, and even though they have sort of bypassed the densely populated area of Norman, the only opportunity for growth that we have is to go out east, and this would greatly impact, and it directly impacts Norman's future economic potential. Mr. City Manager, can you speak to this?
I'm trying to recognize what those impacts are, and we do think there will be impacts, some positive, some negative. And I think regardless of where that line was drawn, it will be a magnet for development. We've seen other stretches of the Turnpike that were initially kind of built out in nowhere, and development follows traffic viability. And there are transportation theories that talk about making sure your transportation corridors and your population centers are close to each other. It could provide opportunities for industrial growth where moving goods and employees in large numbers is an important factor. So I think areas close to those interchanges, both east and west and north and south, will probably have the greatest demand for industrial and commercial development. And, development will grow out from each one of the interchanges listed on the map. Our objective will be to, one, identify issues that need to be mitigated, and they'll go through a full-blown environmental impact process, and it's water wells and it's stormwater management. and all the other environmental impacts to be identified and to be mitigated. And our objective will be to fight for those mitigation measures to make sure the citizens of Norman are made as whole as can be. And you can't replace your childhood home. That's kind of a once only opportunity, but to make sure everybody is made whole, at least financially, and put back into the closest substitute we can get. One of the negative impacts of Turnpike development is the fact that you're going to take 40% of the traffic off of I-35 potentially, and they just whiz by, Norman at 80 miles an hour, and that doesn't give them the opportunity to pull off anywhere and spend money in Norman. So that would be the downside of making it easier for traffic to move faster as they keep moving with their money.
Councilmember, I know, for what it's worth, I know Governor Stitt announced last Tuesday at that board meeting that the city of Hera will double in population in 3 years since completion of the Kickapoo Turnpike, the first phase of it last year. So it's apparently bringing a great deal of economic development and growth for the city of Hera, as one example, recent example.
And just to Ward 5, when I said that about going out east, I didn't mean that like literally I want to do that. I'm just trying to create an argument here, so don't come at me that I want to do that. But we would have to, I don't know. We wouldn't be able to hold the line at 40. This just changes everything.
For growth and development east?
Yeah.
Yeah, again, Jane Hudson probably be a better source than I to talk about our land use plan, but I think Darrell hit it right. It's going to change everything because transportation is going to be so much readily available. Yes, there are pros and cons. We're still trying to figure out what those are, but I think we're going to see a significant growth in those corridors. The question really is, what kind of growth do you want? That you'll regulate that. That's what the city of Norman does. We regulate growth and development wherever it is, whether it's next to an interstate or a turnpike or in far east Norman.
I just don't want to think of a McDonald's on 72nd. I really don't want to think about that. So city of Norman, I'm fighting like hell. I'm with you against it. So I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. I will also share my frustration that we're expanding roads instead of funding the RTA. And I know this is a different side, but it just seems so backwards at this point. Councilmember Tortorella, looking forward to hearing from you on this one.
The last 4 days, I've gotten calls from hundreds of families, not just in Norman, not just in Ward 5, not just, all over Norman, Ward 6, Noble, Purcell. And their number one concern is that, this is their forever home that the state's taken. And even though we don't agree with the state's doing, we have to look at this from a different perspective. Horrible things happening to Ward 5. And I kind of question, the OTA's motive, that if they've known about this since 2016, as the folks in Hera fought, when they were fighting that fight, that the conversation was that the Turnpike was coming to Norman soon. Why didn't they have public discussions then to avoid people building homes now that have to be moved? So not just the neighbors here in Norman, not in Ward 5, we have 89 families potentially losing their properties. So I talked to Secretary Gantz last week. We had a conversation, and so he is sending Joe Kelly to Norman this Thursday at my town hall to answer these questions. I think everyone who's affected by this turnpike, I live 1.5 miles away on the east side, or the west side, but I think everyone deserves the opportunity to ask directly, where's the transparency? Why wasn't this discussed? And the most important thing that I can prepare Ward 5 for is eminent domain. Their property's being taken away. I'm a big private property advocate. I fought for private property rights, and this is a reason why. So anytime the two words are used together, eminent domain and government, it sends shivers through people's souls and hearts. I've had to listen and answer all these calls this weekend, and it's wrecking my soul that they are in limbo. Right. So the guys who are watching this tonight, come Thursday nights. It's going to be at Cross Point Church off Highway 9 and 24th, and I want these questions answered so does everyone else. And we want the limbo and that sensation of not knowing what's happening to be relieved just a bit. But it does not relieve the fact that these folks are losing their homes.
Sure.
Okay, so this is something that we have to face as a city and as council members, that no matter how cavalier it sounds, that we have to show some empathy for these families who will be uprooted. And the concern is that they can't find affordable housing anywhere in Norman. All right, so they lose and they sell out. Where are they going to rebuild? Okay, and Secretary Gantz has assured me that he will provide the most compensation as possible by law, and maybe more, to compensate for their losses. So I just, everyone who's watching this, we are fighting, we are on your side. And just for the record, does the city of Norman have any legal standing to put a stop to this?
Thank you. I've been, like Sean, turnpikes have not been part of my legal practice up until now. So I've been reading the statutes, and of course the Turnpike Authority is an instrumentality of the state, so they have the same rights as any government agency in terms of eminent domain. And so they're going to do that process very similar to how we do our process. I've read all of the cases that have been litigated under the Turnpike Authority's statutory legislation, and the challenges are typically in the form of applications to approve revenue bonds. So that's usually how it gets before the court. There have been a number of challenges. There were a couple of challenges that I was pretty interested to see, and it turns out that they weren't all that helpful. But Oklahoma City fought Oklahoma County to build the expressway through Oklahoma City. That was at a time when they weren't authorized by statute to do that. Now they are, so it doesn't really help the property owners out here. But as a state agency, as an instrumentality of the state, they have the absolute authority by statute to do this. I don't see a path forward for the city to formally stop it. I do think there are things that the property owners need to look for in terms of ensuring they get just compensation. That's going to be an important piece of it, and certainly I expect the state, much like we do, to try and their dead level best to get the acquisition settled without having to file eminent domain, and it sounds like that's what they've done in prior conversations or prior projects.
Thank you. I did look at that, and they only use eminent domain twice up there at the Kickapoo. Everyone else sold out, but it's still, the bottom line is that we're asking our residents to face this, and I want you guys to know that you're not going to do it by yourself. The city's going to be behind you. Your neighbors across Norman will stand behind you, and I think we're going to fight this to what we can do. But ultimately, it's by statute something that we can't stop. The only thing that we can do is make sure that that we show compassion and empathy to our neighbors and friends and families. Like my colleague here, her childhood home is going to be demolished. You can't. There's no amount of money or compensation that can replace those memories. And this is just one of hundreds of stories. So, during this process, I expect to see many more residents coming out and making their voices known. So, Thursday, Cross Point, 7 p.m., Joe Kelly will be there with his staff to answer questions. The engineering firm will be there to answer questions. And this is a chance for the public and those concerned to really ask this and get answers. And it's going to be recorded. So they're going to bring their own recording crew, and I'm going to do the same thing too, just to have a recorded record of the conversations and the questions answered. So there's no go back and no say we didn't say that. It's important to the people that they see integrity and trust in city government to protect their interests to the best of our ability. So I appreciate the presentation.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tortorella, will there be any of our state delegation there? Because it's my understanding they didn't know either.
So I did invite and send the invitation out to Marilyn Bell and Senator Borum, and I think the only one who responded was Representative Rosencrantz.
Okay.
On this side of town here. So, it's open. I have the mayors of Noble and Purcell showing up as well. Just
Yeah.
to the text message.
Yeah, my apologies. The
No,
event that
I-
was
I-
Thursday and Friday got iced out and moved to this Thursday and
Well,
Friday.
if you showed up, then we would have police protection because it's one of those things where, no, well, look, we've got social media. No, really, I mean, social media has blown this up, and it shouldn't have to do that. I've asked for calm in Ward 5, but you've got a small section of people that want to make it political, and their neighbors are fighting each other, and they're on the same side, okay? And that shouldn't be like that. Right now, we have no data. We have no information to make any decisions going forward. And I'm asking those guys that are continuing to fan the flame to cool it. You know, shut the heck up for just a couple more days, because these families' anxiety levels are going through the roof, and you're not helping the situation. You're part of the problem. Okay, so you know, I don't want to call security. I don't want to have that added expense for the church. You know, they allowed us graciously to have this. This is where I use my town halls every other month, and we're expecting at least 400, 500 people to show up. Now, I'd like as many council members who are available that night to come and show up too as well, to show the residents. And this is not Ward 5 again. This is Ward 6 and 8 and everyone else, and 7 and 2 who have contacted me, who've asked if they can come. And I said, everyone is allowed to show up. Just, we can't have a riot, you know? We can't have people going nuts and being angry with each other, and when we're not getting anywhere with that. So I was just kidding about that. But you know, it's either that or we rent cops for the hour or 2 hours. But looking forward to it if you can, but if not, I totally get it.
Yeah, a different event was moved to that night, so I'm unable to attend. But thank you for organizing that and for reaching out to the state delegation. And just a reminder, I think it's probably too late I know it's too late to publish that as an open meeting. So if more than 5 of you are there, be mindful to not sit together and not chat. Sorry, more than 4, if there are 5 or more. There we go. All right, Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. I did first hear about this when I saw Councilmember Tortorello's post on his page last Tuesday, and I was definitely shocked by it. I mean, I've been following city government stuff, you all know, for a very long time, and I had always heard about these stories of the outer loop and how residents were able to get that stopped a long time ago. So I'd always heard about the idea of something like that, but I never expected the alignment that we saw. I never anticipated a highway or a turnpike going across the north side of the city to connect across the river. You know, I did suspect after the recent Hera Kickapoo extension that there was a possibility in the future that they would try to bring it down and connect it to Highway 9 somehow in the future. I did not expect it to, you know, curve around and come on this side of the lake, and not that doing it on the other side of the lake would be any better for the people that own property there. That just seemed like, to me, if they were ever going to do it, it's a straight line down to Highway 9. I was not anticipating another, you know, section that goes south of Noble and through Slaughtersville and across there and connecting to I-35. That was a complete surprise. And I mean, I kind of felt like a pit in my stomach when I saw it, because just thinking of not only all the properties that would be taken by something like this, but, you know, thousands of trees, the wildlife, the potential impact to the Lake Thunderbird watershed. Lake Thunderbird is an impaired body of water, so any type of development around it, even if they're very careful, they'd still be clearing out thousands of trees, dirt everywhere, concrete, trucks, noise, pollution. So all of those things seem like a negative for the lake area. And then once it was built, you'd have light and noise pollution out there that isn't something that exists currently, especially if it's an elevated roadway. And unless we drastically changed our zoning ordinances, it would just be a turnpike out in the middle of nowhere, or in the rural. There wouldn't be development along any of it, because we don't allow more than 1 house per 10 acre, and nothing out there is zoned for commercial on all those corners. Right. And so that would all have to come through city councils, and Maybe city councils in the future would be different, but city councils up until now have been very reluctant to approve any type of changes out there to allow for more urban city-type development. And even with the Turnpike out there, if I were still in council, I would still be reluctant to approve any changes to allow development around it because, to me, protecting the Lake Thunderbird watershed and the rural nature of the area is really important to the character of Norman and to the future of our water resources. I also have a lot of concerns about the economic impact of traffic being diverted around Norman and no longer stopping on I-35 at any of our restaurants or service stations or hotels, anything like that. And in my observations of the turnpikes, I have not seen extensive economic development in Luther, in Chandler, Stroud, Bristow. All those towns that are along the Turner Turnpike are small towns that haven't changed almost at all over the years. And in fact, in 1999, a popular outlet mall in Stroud was hit by a tornado and completely demolished, and it was never rebuilt, even though it's right there on the main interchange at the Turner Turnpike and Stroud. And Stroud is the exact halfway point between OKC and Tulsa, the two largest cities. So there wasn't enough economic activity for them to rebuild that strip mall back then. I've also long heard stories and complaints from the city of Tulsa and the Tulsa Chamber of Commerce about how an opinion that they have been at a disadvantage to Oklahoma City because Tulsa is surrounded by toll roads and Oklahoma City is not. So you can more freely travel around Oklahoma City than you can Tulsa, and in many people up there's opinion, it has not been a positive thing for them when they're trying to compete with Oklahoma City for economic development. And so those are some of the negatives I have about it that I've just been thinking about. I can't really see a way that this helps Norman in any way. Getting traffic around Norman instead of stopping here. They don't seem to be very well known for economic development unless we rezone everything in a sensitive area that we know is sensitive and that for decades has been this policy of the city to protect. And so that's where I'm kind of at. I've yet to hear a real substantial argument for how is this good for Norman in any way. And I understand there may be difficulty for us as a city to legally challenge this, but one of the questions I would have too is like on their website, they list Oklahoma City. AccessOklahoma has support from Oklahoma communities, including Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Norman, Blanchard, Bristow, so on and on. And I'm wondering, why does it say that we're in support of this as a city? We haven't made that decision.
No resolution?
Nobody in my ward, this doesn't impact my ward. It's not coming through Ward 7 or anywhere near it. But I've heard nobody in my ward reach out saying that they think this is a good thing. Maybe there are some, but they haven't said anything to me. And so why as a city would we officially have our name on here that says we support it? It gives our residents the impression that we've known about this, that we support it, that there's nothing they can do, that the city's not going to do anything. So that's some of my concern there is I don't necessarily like being linked to being in support of it when, I don't feel like I'm in support of it as it stands. And my official standpoint, I would also mention too, in Texas, they built a toll road to bypass the city of Austin in hopes of reducing traffic on I-35, and it has not done that. I-35 traffic in Austin is as bad as ever, and there's a real nice 8-lane toll road that goes right around it. But there's stories out there about how it doesn't get used, or doesn't get used to the way that they thought it was going to. And it was extremely expensive, and it hasn't solved their traffic problem. And for most Norman residents, this won't help us get to the city faster. Most of the population lives closer to I-35 still, and so this won't help any of us. it'll help some people get to Tulsa faster.
That's my question. I'd like to know why how they came up with this route. Like, is there data that points to it? Help me explain this to, the thousands of residents that are very upset right now.
It would be complete speculation on our part, but our speculation leads us to believe analysis on where the traffic on I-35 comes from and where it goes to had some impact on where do you connect Tulsa to Dallas and whose interest, because the people who will get off of I-35 will pay for the infrastructure. So my guess is it is as much market-driven by where the trucks are starting and where they're ending, as much as it is where can we minimize the impact on communities where the line will get drawn.
Okay.
Yeah. So, again, having a significant impact to Norman residents and the environment, the economy, all those things, just so people can get from Dallas to Tulsa faster, is, again, not a convincing argument for me. But so I don't know what we can do, but I know that I don't support this current proposal the way it is, and I would prefer that the city do anything we can possible legally to help the residents that don't support this and don't want, that there's no dollar amount that's going to convince them. I don't think this should run I don't think this route is good for Norman. I don't know if other routes are better for anybody else, if there's other routes that could be a lesser path of destruction, but I would prefer that we do whatever we can to resist this, unless a compelling argument can be made for how the things that I just mentioned are not the case. That's how I feel now, and I would prefer that we not be listed as a supporting community unless the sentiment of the people of Norman changes from what I've been seeing and hearing. So those are my thoughts about it. And I thank you very much for the presentation, Sean. I appreciate the information.
And Madam Mayor, some additional speculation on our part about where that list of support came from. The legislation that put this system in motion back in the 90s, those comments may have literally come from when the legislation was formed, that those were people involved in such conversations. And because, nobody ever asked the city of Norman to vote on, what council's thoughts were in that support.
I was 10 in the 90s. Just to point that out. So, all right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hall.
First of all, thank you for providing additional information, and I'm glad this is information that's available to our public now. So just off the top, I really share a lot of the same concerns that have already been brought up, so I don't really want to repeat myself, but I think we've all been touched so deeply by the personal stories of people that we know right here on the dais, and, anecdotally, so many people that we've crossed paths with in our role representing Norman. And so it's personal. It's personal for all of us, and I think just the surprise factor has really taken us all. Shocking really is a pretty good word, because yes, has this been rolling around like lots of other things roll around, but to all of a sudden just have that dropped in our lap with no advance notice has really been just shocking. So we're feeling a lot of the same things that our residents are feeling. And, this is not going to directly affect core Norman or ward populations. And this literally is one of those times when all of us are representing Norman. We are not representing just our ward. It doesn't affect just Ward 5. This affects our community, it affects our future, and I just want to reiterate to anybody who's listening tonight that we're feeling that just as deeply as you are, and are really challenged by, okay, what can we do? And so I think we've discussed a lot of that. And so I've been thinking a lot the last couple days about, okay, there's so many things we're being told that we can't do, but what can we do? And I think this is the first step, because now you're providing information, and knowledge is power. And I think the more that the city can get involved in disseminating information, the better. One of the suggestions that I think is a simple one is if we could do the Access website as a direct link on our homepage. We have a lot of buttons at the top. It's already there? Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much. So I think that's helpful, and we're going to have another study session. There's a lot of conversations. Thank you to Councilmember Tortorella for being quick to respond and set up a ward meeting. So anything that we can do to help continue to educate our residents is a good thing. And then the only other thing I really want to speak to, because I know others want to speak, and we've already touched on so many things that I would have said, but one of the things that we really can do that you pointed out, it is, if we ever were waiting for the right time to update our plans, our transportation plan, our comp plan, this is it. And to your point, Mayor Clark, you know, the timing on when we actually start looking at that will depend a lot on where this goes, but it's literally been a council goal for the last 2 years to update our land use plan, our 2040 comp plan. And we've also recognized through many discussions the last couple years that we do have wonderful plans, but they're all dated now, and they're all based on 2010 census information. We have a new census completed. And so I just want to say as strongly as I can that when the timing is right, whether it's a little bit sooner or a little bit later, we need to, as a council, commit the resources to update these plans. Because no matter how this evolves with the Turnpike, that's where we do have control. That's where we do have a say of what kind of smart growth we're looking for, what kind of land use and transportation decisions that we make as a city to mitigate the impact of a potential turnpike. So that's really the thing that I'm feeling the most strongly about right now, other than providing the best information we can to our residents and our support, is to commit ourselves as a council to find those resources that we may not necessarily have already identified, and commit to a new comprehensive land use plan, a new updated transportation plan, as well as some of the other plans that you mentioned too, Mr. City Manager. So that's something, that is a proactive step that we can take to look to our future and make decisions about how we want this to go.
And I will mention, thank you, Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Peacock was unable to join tonight, but he shared the same sentiments in comments that he shared with me about all of the items, that he also would like to see the plans move forward, and I don't see anyone disagreeing with that. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lynn.
Well, excuse me, most everything I was going to say has been touched on, questions I was going to ask, but I do want to say that I empathize and sympathize with the people that this will affect. I don't like it. This is the dirty part of government that make people hate government, and I understand why. The eminent domain, it's awful. Sometimes it's necessary. I don't know if this one is actually necessary or if it could have a better route, or, you know, I've only been in here in Norman since 2010, but I sure appreciate that rural side of Norman and being able to have the country here, that if I was to move, I might probably consider that out there. The country lifestyle with a short drive into the city, and just changing the face of that completely. It just sucks, just to be honest with you. I don't know what to tell the citizens. I don't know what to do if we can't do anything, but if we want to give it a go, you got my support to fight it. I'm with Councilman Holman over there. If we can do anything, I'm willing to do it. I just don't know if it's just a fruitless effort and whatnot. I don't want to waste any more of the citizens' money if it's an impossible task, but I don't want us to go down without a fight for these folks. I think they deserve it, being citizens of Norman, and just, it completely, it's not like this is just a little deal. It completely changes the landscape of Norman forever. Forever. So, wherever y'all are at, forever. Wherever y'all are at, I mean, I don't see anybody jumping up and cheering about this. Not one person. Not one person. And I know we've all been inundated with people from wildlife to just, I have friends that have just bought a home where they wanted to stay forever and have sunk tons of money into it, remodeling it. They're just devastated. I mean, they found where they want to grow old and die at. Not everybody finds that. I bet you a lot of people out there in Ward 5 have found that. There's lots of people that it has been in their family for over 100 years. And boom, just like that, the state's like, yeah, see you later. We got to roll some concrete through here and disrupt the entire lifestyle of what you've been living for generations. I could go on and on about it, but it's the part of government I don't like, and nobody's happy. So it all just kind of sucks. That's it.
Very eloquently put, Councilmember. Let's go with Councilmember Schuler. Just going to go down the line.
Okay. It's fine. I feel like I share many of the same feelings and sentiments as, you know, what my fellow council members have been saying. So I don't have a ton to add on. So before I say some things, I do have, I guess, a couple of questions. Just so I'm understanding this map correctly, Indian Hills would go away and it would become a turnpike.
Yes, it looks to us, again, we're looking at the same maps, Councilor, that the current Indian Hills Road, where David showed you, becomes the one-way eastbound frontage road, and then there's a turnpike, probably a 4-lane turnpike north of there, and then another frontage road north of there. So probably about 300 feet wide of turnpike systems.
Okay. And I guess this is speculation at this point too, but what does that potentially mean for our I-35 corridor study that we've been working on, with updates to interchanges and, you know, everything from, you know, north of Robinson into Moore? Like, does this completely throw that out of alignment and complete whack? Like, what, do we have to redo that? Or like, this changes the Indian Hills? What do we do with that interchange until they figure out what we're doing with the turnpike? Like, was this in conjunction with that at all? Like, I have so many questions about what that means for us.
And as your staff member who served on that committee for 8 years, I wish I would have known this was coming 8 years ago, but it saved myself a lot of time. Every time we sit down as a staff in the last few days, we find 3 more questions like that. One of the positive items here is that you have in your bond program, 2019 bond program, $2 million to donate to ODOT for an interchange at I-35. I think you can take that back, so we just gained $2 million. You have about $4 or $5 million to rebuild Indian Hills, no, probably $10 million to build Indian Hills from I-35 to 48th. We don't need to do that anymore, so you can roll that back into your other 2019 bond programs. We have a delayed 36th Avenue 2012 bond program, and this project will build, looks like about a mile of that for us. So we can save some money there and maybe advance that project. So there's lots of those kinds of things that we think. There's a bridge out east that we don't need to rebuild now. Anyway, every time, as I say, we sit down and look at this, we think of another impact, and some of them are fairly positive on the city.
And most of those conversations will go into our plan when we redevelop and kind of update our transportation plan.
That's exactly why we need a plan. That 2019 bond program was built around that 2014 comprehensive plan. As Councilor Hall said, now is the time to update that because it's so different, or it's going to be so different now, and it will change many, many of those recommendations and future directions. And so yes, now is the time to really kind of go back and And ironically, they picked that Indian Hills corridor where we were going to invest millions of dollars in our transportation system. So on one hand, they get to spend their money and we can save ours for another project, but it does change the makeup of that corridor dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I have 1,000 more questions kind of spinning around in my head. And when I saw this map on Tuesday, those were, I mean, some of the first things I was like, oh my gosh, this is going to, I mean, like everybody else has said, drastically change the face of what our community looks like. And you know what Mayor Clark was talking about earlier, like that, what makes us so special about having, and others have said about, you know, having an urban and a rural component. And I think that, you know, I think it's such a tragic piece of, you know, what we're having to deal with now. And I think, you know, I guess thank you to the OTA for getting our council to all be on board with against one thing, full force together. I think because I think every single one of us are upset. We have questions. We're frustrated. And I have heard not only personal stories from residents that I don't know, but I have friends that are losing homes or are, you know, within, like, their neighbor across the street is losing their home. And so what does that mean? Like, they're not losing their home, but they're not in the right of way or, you know, the easement for the highway, but it's going to be literally right next door to them. Mm-hmm. And what does that mean for them? Do they get bought out? What does that process look like for the people that are just outside of that orange line? Mm-hmm. And so I think that a lot of good points have been brought up, and frankly, I think it's really interesting to have, you know, to Councilmember Holman's point, to have Norman listed as, you know, a community that is in support of this when we weren't consulted, and, you know, to City Manager Pyle's point, like potentially in the 90s. I'm not quite a 90s baby, but like, I'm like right on the cusp. So like, I was almost not even born yet. Showing my age, I guess. But like, come on now. If that was really when these discussions were started, like, we need to do better. They need to do better. And so I don't know what we can do legally. If there's a potential to put enough force behind thinking about changing the path to something more suitable or having a conversation about what that looks like. But I think that I'm willing to at least apply some pressure to that, as much as, I mean, they don't care about what I say, I guess. But I think as a community, we might have some ability to have that conversation. And the things that I think are most pressing to me are, I mean, I just keep looking at this map, like how close this is to our most precious life-sustaining resource, which is our water. Mm-hmm. And as this is coming on this conversation about how we continue to support Norman with our water source, how do we continue to shore up Lake Thunderbird when we realize that, you know, it is a dying, potentially, resource that we will have to supplement in some way. How do we build capacity for water? We're losing 6 wells. Yes, they may pay for it, but we're still gonna have to go out as those come offline and re-drill, and what does that look like? Like, there are so many things about infrastructure related to this that are concerning to me. And so I think it underscores everything that you talked about in terms of updating all of our plans around land use, transportation, stormwater, environmental protection, our, you know, wastewater, sewer, like everything. And I guess now is the time. So I'll leave it at that. And I'm so sorry to, I guess, everybody who is dealing with this on a very personal level.
Thank you. Well said. Councilmember Studley.
I don't know if I should save this for the 29th or if you know any of this, but I kind of have all these questions too. One thing I do want to ask is, I know you said that we couldn't necessarily stop it, but could we move it?
Sorry, you wanted to say something and I heard it.
The statutes that set out all the authority for the Turnpike Authority explicitly say the feasibility of the project, the location of the project, those kind of things are within their sole control. So absent political pressure, I don't know there's a legal challenge to get them to change the path. You know, eminent domain, there are typically two issues that come up in litigation, and it's whether it's for public use and if you receive just compensation. Roads are public use. They've been public use. I've never seen a case where they weren't public use. So it's going to come down to just compensation.
Even though it's a paid, like you have to pay to drive on that road, it's still considered public use?
Because they're acting as an instrumentality of the state.
Councilmember Studley, on the current thought that our city attorney is on, because the statute is very bold in the authority laid out to the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority, as Councilmember Lynn said, we don't want to spend taxpayers' dollars frivolously, but we think maybe the best use of taxpayers' dollars is for staff to put together resource help. So, because there are a lot of homeowners who won't have any idea who to turn to. How do I know I'm getting what I should get for my property? I think we could put together, with a little bit of staff time, what resources homeowners need to call to make sure they know what fair market value looks like, and what happens if the sun used to set on my property at 7 p.m. and now it sets at 4 o'clock because they've elevated the turnpike across the street from my home. What's that worth to me? And that may be the best use of our taxpayers' dollars, is to make sure every one of our property owners understands what just compensation means and gets what they're entitled to. If the statutes were a little fuzzier, it might be worth a battle, to try to stop it, or, use legal ways to move it. Barring that statute, I think maybe how can we help every one of those affected property owners get exactly what they're eligible to receive?
So outside of those two things that you just talked about, Ms. Walker, what about environmental impacts? Because if that, not only is it impacting the environment as a whole, but it's very close to Lake Thunderbird, and it's also going to feed right into Little River. Like all that runoff from the highway, people driving by, rain, construction, all of it. And Little River feeds right into our lake. So is that not, does environmental impact and impact to our drinking water not provide a source?
I think what the OTA would say is we're going to design that project to address the stormwater issues. Just like we have developments come forward.
Like our developers do.
Doing the same thing in accordance with our regulations. I think that's what they will say to us on that point.
Okay.
In cases where you're getting federal funding or you fall under federal jurisdiction, you have to follow NEPA, which is the Environmental Protection Act under federal law. That is much more extensive than anything we have in state law as far as environmental impact. From what I can tell, there is no plan to use federal funds or to bring any federal authority into this project that would cause the state to have to follow NEPA.
Okay, and then this is just because I'm super green on this stuff, and I just kind of want a little bit of understanding for this. So the land use plan, is that what says we can't, or we can only have like one house for every 10 acres out there? So potentially in the future, another council could go, hey, there's this great turnpike that's going to have access for businesses, and we want to change the layout of Norman. So that potentially could happen then in the future.
Absolutely. In fact, that's why you need to update that plan to make those decisions now. What does the council want adjacent to this big new interchange? Look at the interchange of Robinson and I-35. That's what we're dealing with here.
Right. Okay. And then just on a personal note, like this, we've all, we're all impacted. My brother's house is literally, he falls right outside the orange, so he won't be able to sell his property and get anything for it. It was, a place that was his forever home, and they can sit out on their porch and see the deer and the turkey, and that's not going to happen now once this construction starts, and nobody's going to want to buy that land. So how are they compensated? That's an interesting thought. It's sad. The other thing that I was thinking about is, Councilmember Holman was talking, is I drive the Turnpike every single day. I work in Chickasha. And sometimes I don't take the Turnpike. Sometimes I'll drive through Blanchard. There's more traffic off the Turnpike driving through Blanchard to get to Chickasha than there is on the Turnpike. Most mornings, it's the most quiet, peaceful drive. And coming home, it's the same thing. It's the most quiet, peaceful drive. Never had that on I-35 whenever I used to work in the city, 240, I-44. But my point for saying all of this is it really going to change the traffic flow on I-35? Because we already have Highway 9. We already have different ways that you can kind of reroute and go to. I also used to work in an office in Wichita Falls and Lawton. So I literally have driven the Turnpike all the way to Texas several times. And I've seen how empty it is. The only thing that's really built up around it is the McDonald's in the middle. That's, you see every couple of hours as you drive across the Turnpike. So I don't know. I feel you, Norman. We're all here with you, and I look forward to the study session on the 29th, and then hopefully we can all. Let me just ask this, Brenda. Correct us, but can we show up if we don't talk? Like, can I just sit in the audience at his town hall if I don't say a word?
You all can be there. What we typically say, we used to actually stand at the door of events and say, we're up to 4, you can't come in, unless it was posted. What we've done more recently is said, if more than 4 of you show up, do not sit together, do not discuss with one another, and I would prefer you not speak at the meeting. But feel free to go and listen and talk to other constituents, just not each other, not in a group of bigger than 4.
Hey, can I add something about the compensation part? So Joe Kelly did state that as part of my questioning, he would explain what the compensation package and process looks like. I think it's so important for the majority of folks to understand, what can they do and who do they need to talk to. That's what he's there to talk and discuss. These are the resources that will be available for you to look at and utilize. So just again, we're doing the best we can, and I agree with council here that if we can't bear political process or pressure to stop this, I think we have to prepare everyone for the worst case scenario. I mean, nobody wants this. As evident here on the council, you're hearing everyone saying that nobody wants this to happen. We're all blindsided. And the biggest issue I have is that why weren't we consulted back in 2016? They've known about this for so long. And so I appreciate the council members here who are fighting with us. This is not just a Ward 5 fight. This is a City of Norman fight. And we all have to work together to ensure that the citizens are protected and well represented. So with that, like I said, Thursday, come and ask the questions. The guys that have made the decisions will be there to answer these questions.
Councilmember, I want to mention the guiding legislation for land acquisition is the Federal Acquisition and Relocation Act. It's a tough read. I've read it 1,000 times, but I believe OTA follows that act as we do, as ODOT does, as every city and county does. So if those landowners want to really drill down and know how the process works, that's my recommendation for that read. And the other thing I would say is to anyone out there, landowners, please don't jump to conclusions yet. These lines could change, the routes could change, this property might be impacted, this property might not. And also, really, you don't need to spend any money yet. They will do all of the appraisals, they'll do a review appraisal, they'll walk your property with you. If at some point you don't feel like you're getting justly compensated, you can hire your own appraiser and your own attorney and do all that. But rarely have I seen the need for that. In our experience, the City of Norman treats people really well, and I think OTA and ODOT have a track record of doing that too. So I don't want people to feel like they've got to go out and spend $1,000 on an attorney and appraiser. It's really not necessary yet. Maybe they'll want to later. Thank you for this opportunity.
Councilmember Hall?
Just have a request for additional information that we might have available to us at the study session. And this is something that Councilmember Peacock is directly involved in as a stakeholder. There is a large group, multiple partners, including state level, county level, city level, that is discussing the Lake Thunderbird ecotourism project.
Yes.
And I just want to make sure that those stakeholders in that group have access to the information they may need. And I would really like to know how the planning of that may be impacted, because I believe the county was willing to invest in a master plan, so that's how far along we are, and I'm assuming this is going to impact the direction of that project.
And Councilmember Hall, there is a professor at the University of Oklahoma that is an acquaintance of Mr. Chris Mattingly, who specializes in that subject matter and actually has some concepts to satisfy the objectives of that particular group, looking at protecting the Lake Thunderbird watershed with an ecotourism wetlands concept. We'll make sure they're invited to that study session on the 29th. And when we talk about mitigation and making sure impacts are mitigated, that could absolutely be one of those mitigating factors that we turn over and say, this is what we think you need to do at Little River.
Because I know there's been a lot of discussion with other state agencies, not the OTA, and I want to make sure we're connecting all those dots as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. That was a very robust discussion of one that I think we'll be having for some time. Thank you, Councilmember Tortorella, for again hosting that meeting. And I know you said it will be recorded. Will it be like live streamed on Facebook?
Facebook, I'll post a link
'Kay.
with council so you guys can share it, but they're going to bring their own camera crew in to record it and use those questions, like Q&A, on their websites
'Kay.
for commonly asked questions.
Awesome. All right. Well, we have a robust agenda tonight as well. So on to item number 2, which is the discussion regarding ARPA funds for economic development. And who will be giving this presentation? All right. I will turn it over to our city attorney, Ms. Walker.
Thank you. I just want to give you a little bit of background, and I'll try and get through this fairly quickly. This comes to you after a council retreat discussion and review by your Economic Development Advisory Board. I know Chuck Thompson would be here tonight if he wasn't out of town. He was sad to miss that. I'm sure he'll watch it again later.
And Madam Attorney, we have Mr. Lawrence McKinney here in the audience, the CEO of the Norman Economic Development Coalition. So when you see NEDC, Mr. McKinney is out here in the audience, can help answer questions too. Thank you.
Yes. So NEDC was formed as a 501c6 in 1996. It was a collaboration between the city, the chamber, OU, and it was expanded in 2009 to include Moore Norman Technology Center as an equal investor. Each partner has a representative on the board and provides equal shares of its annual funding. NEDC recently invested, and if you've driven down Main Street, you've seen this, in its new headquarter downtown, leasing 2/3 of the facility to Visit Norman and the Chamber of Commerce, which enables them to share some resources and reduce overhead. This button is touchy. I mean, how many slides did I go through? Okay, so these are the primary strategic objectives of NEDC. Obviously, attracting and retaining businesses, attracting and retaining talent, entrepreneurship and incubation, and that's something we'll touch on again here in a minute, maximizing the resources we have and developing additional resources. They adopted a new strategic plan in 2018 that identified 10 strategic initiatives. I won't go through all of those, but the one I wanted to point out was develop an entrepreneurial atmosphere that enables startups and high-growth enterprises to achieve success and expand in the Norman area. They currently have the only state-certified business incubator program in Cleveland County. There's been a recent focus at the state level on accelerator programs, which also mirrors their new strategic plan. And basically, as I understand it, the difference is an incubator program is a longer-term relationship, 1 to 5 years, with ongoing support as needed, whereas an accelerator program provides shorter-term but more intense support for a business. Support from NEDC for these incubators come in the form of shared resources, providing low overhead programming and consultation, and they're currently housed within their new office space, but they are 100% leased, so there's not any room to grow that. In 2012, ACOG adopted a comprehensive economic development strategy for our region that identified target sectors and strategies for attracting and growing businesses. This was recently updated in 2019, and it includes these 3 primary goals. This SEDS plan is what enables the city or any DC to apply for and be eligible for funds from the Economic Development Administration and the federal government. So it was really important in 2012, and we've actually had some successful applications since then because of that. But I wanted to point out number 3, grow the region's startup, entrepreneurship, and business innovation ecosystem by providing the support and tools needed for businesses to thrive. It's important to note, too, that the NEDC plan meets guidelines for ARPA funds. In addition to ARPA funds that went to cities and to states, some of those funds went to the EDA, and as long as you have a plan that integrates with your SEDS plan, you can also be eligible for those. So in 2012, after months of discussion, the City Council accepted a beneficial interest in the Norman Economic Development Authority. I don't know how many of you knew that we had one of those. It has not had any funding, so we've not really ever used it as a vehicle for the city. But we did get directed to draft an economic development policy that was adopted by council, and that's really what led to the creation of the Economic Development Advisory Board to advise the trustees and council members on economic development strategy. So the incentives policy outlined the following goals and objectives. Again, I won't read through all of them, but I will point out a few of them. It's particularly number 3, promote and provide support for additional business incubators and micro enterprises. Number 4, promote and support public-private partnerships to expand those opportunities in Norman. And those are an important part of our strategy today. As I said, EDAB was created in 2013 to advise council. They have 7 members, 4 of whom have knowledge and experience in economics, business, finance, law, policy analysis, and community development. Chuck Thompson serves as the chair. And so that's what we've done locally. When you all discussed the ARPA funds, there was I think it was Councilmember Peacock who suggested at the retreat to set aside some funds to benefit entrepreneurs and small businesses. And so that went forward to EDAB to review that, and they've met several times over the last several months to discuss that possibility. This button. Okay. It's really wanting me to speed through my presentation. So in 2020, the CARES Act was adopted to provide financial relief to state and local governments. We got reimbursements for some of our eligible expenses, and because those were expenses already budgeted, council opted to use that reimbursement funding to appropriate money for small business relief grants. We did $1 million back in November 2020. And we went through that program and provided grants of $10,000 to eligible small businesses. In 2021, the ARPA was adopted, provided $350 billion in pandemic-related aid. We received half of our allocation in May of 2021, and we'll receive the remainder in May of 2022, totaling just over $22 million. So as I said, last summer, you all identified entrepreneur grants as a funding priority, and we waited. We received our money in May. We had interim final rules, which is quite an oxymoron in my opinion, but on how to spend those funds, and we finally received those final rules on January 6, 2022. So quite a bit of time later, we've gone through those rules, and we've discussed those with EDAB and with NEDC, and we'll talk a little bit about what we think they're going to require of us. So there is a presumption of eligibility for these ARPA funds if you are impacting certain populations. So small businesses, under 500 employees or independently owned and operated, businesses and residents in qualified census tracts, and minorities. Eligible programs, services, or capital expenditures include technical assistance, counseling, other business planning support, micro-business support, business incubators, rehabilitation of commercial properties, and COVID-19 mitigation and prevention measures. Any funds that are spent are subject to annual reporting. We also, I think, do quarterly reporting, but any sub-award that's given to another entity must provide detailed obligation and expenditure information for any contract, loan, grant, or direct payment that is made to them in excess of $50,000. So when EDAB looked at this, they really wanted to focus, instead of the last program that provided some short-term relief for small businesses, they really wanted to focus on how to make a long-term impact with one-time dollars. As you can see through all of these previous strategic plans, business incubator programs have long been identified as a priority to support entrepreneurship and small businesses. And we know that NEDC is currently in need of space to house and grow their incubator program. In January, our most recent EDAB meeting, we brought in representatives from the public schools, Moore Norman Technology Center, the county, and NEDC to talk about opportunities for collaboration. That's something that the ARPA wants to see as well. EDAB's recommendation there is in that last bullet. Recommends setting aside $1 million in ARPA funds for the development of an incubator program to be located in a qualified census tract and developed in partnership with the Technology Center, NPS, the hospital system, and NEDC.
Just to highlight the value of that EDAB recommendation, when we spell out in a qualified census tract, the reporting that Mr. Francisco and his team do back to the federal government to show how council has appropriated and utilized those dollars. One, we know incubator activity is a qualified use, and if the dollars are spent in a qualified census tract, that makes the reporting very, very clean and easy from our perspective. Those are real good target points that the federal government likes to see.
We want to make it as easy as possible for the federal government to say, yes, you spent that money correctly. In talking with NEDC, their vision would be to purchase a building free and clear for the incubator program to keep their overhead costs low. They want to hire staff to support the businesses, and they want to focus on giving priority for women, minority businesses, Native Americans, and veterans who were all disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. One option would be a one-time capital investment of ARPA funds from the city into their new strategic plan, which would support the purchase of the facility. Under the ARPA, those funds have to be appropriated by 2024 and spent by 2026. We would bring forward an agreement between council and NEDC. We want the site to be in a qualified census tract. We want to have some specifics of the type of program to be housed in the facility. We'll have some reporting requirements because we have to turn around and provide that to the federal government. But NEDC would own that site, and this would just be a contribution towards that. And again, EDAB's focus was the long-term investment, something that would set up the program to be successful in the long run. We've had a program for a really long time, and I know Lawrence has some great statistics on the success of that program. But that is, I think, what EDAB would like to do. It could also be spent on programs at the business incubator. That kind of stuff would be outlined in the final agreement that would have to come to council and NEDC's board for approval.
In council, the dollar amount, when we talk about $1 million, that was the dollar amount that Councilmember Peacock put on the table during goals and objectives with the initial concept of investing in entrepreneurial startup activities. The first conversation kind of revolved around startup grants, maybe $100,000 grants for 10 brand new startups, and the EDAB board in their conversation recognized that if one of those succeeded, that would be statistically wonderful. But you could literally spend $900,000 and it evaporate, versus the investment in that incubator space could pay dividends to startups into perpetuity. So that's the basis of the recommendation.
Okay, Councilmember Hall.
Well, I want to thank you for your very thorough report. So a lot of nuggets of information here. And you know, we have had this conversation starting last summer at our council retreat, and I think since then we've had many other conversations addressing other topics. And one of the things, to your point, that I think we're discovering is that sometimes the most bang for the buck is literally investing in a building, or we're really good at maintaining buildings, investing in assets that we know how to maintain. And I think we've evolved some since last summer in realizing this is not dissimilar to finding a spot and investing in a building and having someone else with more expertise actually run the program. So I am intrigued with, the idea of actually investing, and it's going to be a long-lasting investment. I was curious, with other partners, do we have a goal? I'm sure $1 million doesn't go very far when you're talking about a permanent building. So what are our other partners talking about investing?
Mr. McKinney, in your conversations with our partners, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lawrence McKinney, the CEO of the Norman Economic Development Coalition, who is currently operating our existing very limited incubator space, but very successfully so. In terms of what you would anticipate some of our NEDC partners' participation in such a program?
Yeah, that's a great question, and good evening. It's nice to finally come before you. I've been here a year, so I apologize. This is the first opportunity to talk to you all, but I've really been listening. I interviewed about 5 of you. There's 4 of you left, and hopefully we'll get those set up soon. But NEDC is in a transition. We're changing. Obviously, we're downtown. A little bit of history on the incubator space. We've been doing it for 20 years here. We were just recertified in November or December for our 3rd 10-year time period. We've created, out of the incubator space, 764 jobs at an average salary of $58,000. That was through 19. So when COVID hit, a lot of things happened. And just prior to that, you all will recall we had an incubator on Asp Avenue that burned. And then last year, you bought that property from us, the parking lot. So we reinvested that money into our new headquarters. And as has been said, the Chamber has 6 spaces, Visit Norman has 6, and NEDC has 6. Well, I have 2, myself and 1 other employee. I need to hire some more people. So those 4 offices that are occupied by great startup companies right now, within 12 to 18 months, I'm going to have to push them out to somewhere because I'm going to be hiring. So there's a lot that's gone on with that. Interesting that you bought the space where we did have an incubator. Prior to COVID, we moved into the university on South Campus. And then when we built this headquarters, we closed that and moved them temporarily into this space. So it's been a lot of transition. There are some dates coming up soon. I'm going to get to answering this question shortly. March 23rd, I'll confirm it Friday, but we'll do big ribbon cuttings and a building dedication downtown. So I hope you all will be at that. So hold that date out tentatively. In May, we'll come back and do an economic summit. You haven't seen one of those in 3 years, but we'll be doing another one. I think it'll be the week of May 23rd. And at that meeting, you're going to hear us announce how we're changing our model and what we're doing, and that answers the question that we're asking the private sector. You saw in the report that there are 4 contributors to the NEDC, and the private sector is an equal contributor, but they're not about to be. They're going to be much more invested. So we're going to do a capital campaign and go out and see the private sector, and probably 100 to 150 businesses will invest in this plan. And I know that because I've interviewed about 100 of them so far, and I know what they've said. They like it. They like this part, the entrepreneurship and incubator portion. And I think after having been here a year, Norman's not one of those towns where we're going to attract $1 million plant, 1 million square feet on a 50-acre site. We need to grow from within, and I think we've had the track record of doing it. So a specific goal is like 135 new jobs within the first 5 years. We've got a really good plan. I'm reorganizing the board right now. We've got 7 new advisory board members. I would call the who's who of startups in this town who've done really well, and some of the deans at the university are going to be a part of this. So I'm feeling really comfortable with where we're headed, but frankly, we're just out of space, and we need it.
So do we have any commitments yet, or is this process just beginning, requesting $1 million from the city of Norman? What's the investment with our other partners at this point?
Well, there's a couple. So first and foremost, we'll put about $200,000 a year into operating it. So we're going to need a marketing person, an accounting person, and a manager for the facility. And that marketing and accounting person are for the businesses that are in there. So that's the first part, about $200,000 a year. And then we do have some soft commitments. I can't announce them yet, but hopefully at the May 23rd event we'll announce. But we're planning on raising millions of dollars from the private sector to complement what NEDC and OU and More Norman have put in. Feel very comfortable with that. And if they didn't, NEDC today could go and buy a facility But our cost, once we put in the debt financing in place, what we'd have to charge these startups wouldn't be competitive. So with ARPA funds coming in and this being a qualified use, we don't have to borrow those funds and we can keep the cost really low.
So is it you just need $1 million, or you need more than that for the building?
Well, so we're looking around for buildings, and I haven't identified the exact one yet, but we're looking in the qualified census tract, and there are several. So it's going to be more than $1 million. I mean, our building downtown was well over $1 million. And so to buy a facility and to renovate it, it's probably going to be $2 to $3 million total. So we need to raise some money.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a sense of
Absolutely.
who else is investing besides the city.
Well, you're the first one we've come to see.
Okay.
Because we knew the $1 million had come through the EDAB recommendation, and we wanted to get in front of that.
And I think I think this was on a slide, but I just want to reiterate. So not only are we going to be looking at qualified census tracts for the actual incubator or startup, but the site itself will also be located in a qualified census tract?
Yes.
Okay. And then this is, I think, just, again, affirmation from Ms. Walker. The ARPA rules slide, I'm assuming that these are the bullet points from the final rule from January? Okay.
Correct.
Because one of my questions was, what has changed or what has expanded of what we can and can't do from the interim final rule to now the final rule. So you've pretty much summed up what applies here.
Yes, and we did
Okay.
not see changes in this area.
Okay.
Between the interim final and the final.
Well, just as an aside, we had a handout when we first started discussing this, and it was a few pages, and I tried to look up the final rule. It's 400-some pages, and the short review is 44 pages. So thank you for getting to the point on that. So, okay. Let's see. So to the agreement that we would draw up between the council and NEDC, you've bullet pointed the qualified census tract. The site is actually in there. The specifics of the program to be housed in this facility. I just want to make sure that I absolutely support the recommendations of NEDC of really focusing on women, minority businesses, Native Americans, and our veterans. So that is of high priority to me to see that in the agreement that would come to council and, spell that out. Let's see. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Okay. I have Councilmember Peacock's comment for this. I fully support this initiative as we look to grow our farm from the inside, but I want to make sure that we don't lose the competition component of this idea, and it's imperative that we open the opportunity to all Norman residents, asking for them to bring us their best ideas, and we will award the most promising ones through a citizen-led committee such as EDAB. I feel that this is an appropriate use of ARPA dollars intended to stimulate our community and provide future returns on those dollars. For my comments and questions, I love that we are, growing new businesses from within, but kind of like the importance of retention versus recruitment, I think we need to make sure we're still helping existing businesses. And I love the concept of rehab of commercial properties. I don't know if that would apply to business, even small $5,000 grants to get a new sign. I mean, anything like that would help beautify the community, because we've seen with, Porter, even when you invest in the area, especially in Main Street, businesses will come. So I hope we don't completely write that one out, because again, there are businesses that are already here that could use some love from the ARPA dollars, especially if it's part of the rule. And then I had mentioned to the chamber years ago at this point, why don't we have a minority business council within the chamber? And it's time if we're really going to take this seriously. And I am calling on the chamber to answer this request. And the Women's Leadership Luncheon is not equivalent to a diversity council or something that will help highlight, identify, and support minority-owned, women-owned, and veteran-owned businesses.
Yeah, well said. A little bit of background, I was the Athens, Georgia Chamber President, and I formed their first Minority Business Council, but that's been 15 years ago. So very comfortable with that. I can't speak on behalf of our chamber because we are totally separate, but I do understand what you're saying. And it will be a focus here for the minority community. When I interviewed you all and some others, one of the initiatives was a DEI initiative. So that's part of our plan too. There are 10 initiatives. There's 5 that we can direct and focus on, and then there are 5 that we're going to be a big supporter of, and that's one of them.
Awesome. And if a minority or whatever we want to call it, diversity council is housed within NEDC over the chamber, I'm completely fine with that. But if we're serious about targeting these kinds of business, we need to show it with the organization. Okay. Councilmember Schuler.
Yeah, so I think you answered a couple of my questions when you were kind of shaping and giving us kind of the overview of NEDC. My question was going to be, how successful has the incubator program been? And I think you said somewhere around 764 jobs have been.
That was as of 19, 764.
Okay. And then can you reiterate the average salary?
It's 50,809, I believe.
Okay.
It's 58 something.
Okay. And then you were talking that in the first few years of creating this with the new building and the new space, an additional 135?
Correct.
Within how many?
Within 5 years.
Within 5 years. Yeah. Okay. Can you speak maybe to, I really, to kind of piggyback off of what Mayor Clark was saying and what Councilmember Hall, I really appreciate the attention to priority on women, minority business, Native Americans, veterans. I think that's really important. But can you also speak to the support after the incubator program? Like, what comes next after that? How does an NEDC support ongoing businesses thriving?
So a couple of ways. So also in those 10 initiatives, we asked for a ranking on them. And just to put your mind at ease, the number 1 was business retention for Norman. So our number 1 goal is not corporate attraction, it's business retention and expansion. Entrepreneurship was 3. 5 was corporate attraction. So on our 5, corporate attraction is still one of our initiatives, and it's still ranked high, but it's the 5th in terms of focus. In terms of the ongoing support, there's the operational support that we need to do, but there's also the management support. So we should probably send you all, or it'll be a part of the contract, our rules and regulations for being able to get in and for graduating, and the things that we look at on a quarterly basis, the new team we're putting together, and what we're expecting to see from our incubator companies and them reaching milestones. So I would say it's intensive, not as intensive as an accelerator. So the difference is an incubator, we're going to give them up to 5 years to graduate. And they lay out their goals for us, and we're going to keep track and see that they're making it. They get a great benefit from going through our program. They get a 10-year tax exemption from the state of Oklahoma if they go through our program. So that's great for them. The accelerator program is 3 to 6 months, and it's super intensive. We actually have CEOs sitting down with them on a weekly basis, sometimes on a daily basis, going through their books, talking about their supply chain issues and product issues and marketing, all of that stuff. And we haven't done that yet. In our 20 years, we've not done an accelerator, but once we get our facility up and running, probably year 2 or 3, it's in our plan to do it, but I'd say it's going to take year 2 or 3 before we have the accelerator program.
So how much is it for them to, I guess, buy into the incubator program to start up?
There's no buy-in. It's just they fill out an online application. You can go on the NEDC website. It's called selectnorman.com. You can fill out the application there. We'll look it over. And unfortunately, some people don't qualify because of what they're doing, but some do, and those that do are in the incubator. So right now we have companies like, I'm sure y'all have read about Bison Underground. If you haven't, they won Elon Musk $5 million award last year. It was split between 23 companies, so they didn't get the $5 million, but they got $250,000. And now they're competing for $100 million. Those 23 companies are competing for $100 million. And so they're in our incubator, and we're looking for high growth there. It's a great product, taking carbon out of the atmosphere or wherever it is and putting it back in the ground for farmers and agriculture. So some really, really cool things. Some of you may know, I just drew a blank on the name, but Boyd Street Ventures is in there. They're raising $25 million for startup companies in town. So we've got good companies there. We're going to work with them. Hopefully some of them will grow quicker than others and produce the jobs we're looking for, and then that opens up space. But we just don't have the space now, so we've got to find space. And it'll be in a qualified track, not sure where yet, but we'll find it.
So if it doesn't cost the I guess, the businesses to start into this program, there is an idea of how much it costs to shepherd them through the program, correct?
Well, there's our time, so any DC staff time that we spend with them, that's a cost for sure, because it's an opportunity cost where we could be spending other time. But in this new plan, we're gonna hire a director of innovation to run the incubator program itself, because I don't have the bandwidth to get all that done. We've got an accounts payable and accounts receivable person. I've just hired a marketing person, or they'll find out tonight after this meeting, after interviews over the last 3 weeks. So we're moving ahead, and we're gonna supply internal operations to them. But then we're also gonna raise funds. And the management team, that's all free. All these CEOs I'm talking about, SCORE out of Oklahoma, the Society of Retired Executives, they invest as volunteers in these companies. So a lot of it's gonna be free. But right now, if you were to lease space, let's say in downtown, you're gonna have to lease some significant space, significant being 1,000 or 1,500 square feet or something like that. And our rates are, you're just leasing one office from us, but as you all will see on the 23rd, you get access to all of our meeting rooms. You can book all of those. You can have more than one person in that office. So you're really getting, plus you've got the chamber and Visit Norman and us there, so all of us are able to assist.
So when they're leasing your office, they're paying for that, or
They do pay.
Okay.
Right now, the lease rate in our building for an incubator company is $500 a month
Okay.
in a brand-new building with all the resources that we have.
Sure. I think my line of questioning is really to understand, putting the money into a building space, and how does that get the biggest bang for the $1 million to support continued, investment in incubator programs and other businesses and things like that? Or is, us putting the money into direct access to, leasing space, or providing, $500 a month, or, like leasing money for the incubators for a full year or something like that. And so I'm just trying to wrap my head around, where do we put this $1 million? I think that doing this, I'm supportive of putting the money into, supporting entrepreneurs, supporting an incubator program. I think it's really fantastic. I think we're there in terms of the types of individuals that we're trying to focus on, the way that we're using our ARPA money, with like qualified census tracts and targeting that. I just want to make sure that the building is the right kind of place to go.
Well, you could also, in terms of space, so at one time, this is our third incubator, Startup 405. We had one called eTech, many of you may know about, and then there was eTech 2. So we were running 2 at one time, then we combined them on Asp Avenue, and then we started Startup 405 after that one burned. So we have a long history, and we've created a lot of jobs, and I do think the biggest bang for the buck comes from that, because this new incubator, somewhere between 7,500 and 15,000 square feet is what we're looking for. Could be anywhere from 20 to 35 companies in there if it's full. And working with them over 1 year to 5 years, we're committed to doing that. We've got the resources to provide the programming and the resources and the training and the seminars and all of that kind of stuff. But we've got to keep the rent low, and the only way really to do that is to not have any debt on it.
Councilmember Schuler, and as we're talking about how to best invest those dollars, whether we contribute towards the cost of the brick and mortar or we provide rent subsidies, we wind up in the same spot. The brick and mortar investment from a reporting standpoint is very clean. To do rent subsidies is a paper nightmare, and we have a finite date by which all dollars must be spent. So to make the single investment in the brick and mortar, we've checked all the boxes, we've made life very, very easy, and then it's up to Lawrence to make sure the rents are market for incubator startups. And what we're hearing is that $500 a month rent is a bargain for the concierge service they receive, as well as access to just a Class A office space in downtown Norman.
Yeah, I think what's just providing me with a little bit of heartburn is that we're providing this as an investment, and but we will not own any part of this. And so I just want to make sure that the agreement will really specify what we expect and our intended outcomes for investing this money in this type of endeavor. Because, to Councilmember Hall's point about us investing in, buildings or other kind of infrastructure, to do public-private partnerships or other things, like, we are really good at doing those things. But in most of those cases, we retain the building or the asset. And in this case, we're not retaining the asset. And so I think that's what's providing a little bit of heartburn.
Understood. And council may recall conversations about their intended investment in 3 other projects, brick and mortar, nonprofits who are trying to expand or relocate. One of those investments was in food and shelter, and we won't own that. And I know Councilmember Hall remembers the other 2 off the top of her head, I'm hoping, because I don't remember them off the top of my head.
Virtue Center.
The Virtue Center, which we would not own, but we would support. That was the last conversation we had with council, and there was one other. Got it. So, yeah, this isn't too far out of line with some other direction council has provided on other nonprofit type support.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Studley.
The only thing that I think that this is great, like the plan and what your focus is, and I really like the fact that it would help people that were impacted by COVID-19. My only concern is that we're looking at, this says funds have to be appropriated by 2024 and spent by 2026 for the ARPA, right? But when are you guys looking to actually start this incubator?
Well, as soon as we can. So we've got the incubator now, so we're in business. We need to find a building, and we're probably gonna have to renovate it. So I'm telling the incubator companies 12 to 18 months, we will be in it, in a new facility.
Okay. But you're currently doing incubator work now. Do you have any open office spaces?
No.
So that's what you're just so full that you need more room. Gotcha.
Right.
So the one thing that I know that we had talked about at our retreat was that, and I think Councilmember Peacock was alluding to this in what you read, but I know that we had talked about wanting to actually put this money in the hands of people in our community that were impacted by COVID, that maybe want to start up a new business, or maybe they lost a business and wanted to start up a new business, or got fired, whatever the case may be. But it was people that wanted to start up a new business here in Norman. We even talked about, giving preferential treatment to people that wanted to reuse old business spaces, things like that. So it's people who already have an idea, something conceptualized. They just needed that little help to get off the ground. And so that's where I really envisioned this money going to get directly into the hands of people so that it could start up and really kind of boost our economy that way. So I don't know. I'm a little bit torn with this, and I really would like to talk to Councilmember Peacock to get a little bit more of his insight of what he's thinking as well. But that's where my thought was whenever we were talking about this initially at the retreat. So that's kind of why I'm just a little bit torn with this.
And Councilmember Studley, that is exactly how that conversation went. Your recollection is dead on. What the EDAB group discussed is the CARES Act, and as the city attorney had in the presentation, the initial allocation to small business support was $1 million. We added an additional just short of $2 million to it for a total of $3 million in small business support. And what we recognized is in many of those instances, the $10,000 support grant went out, and in 8 weeks they were gone. And we didn't save as many as we hoped. And as soon as the dollar goes out, it's gone, and it's beyond anybody's control. Did we prolong the inevitable? Did we really save a business? Did we allow somebody to pay their last month's rent and then,
Gotcha.
They're out? Versus the opportunity to make sure we have eyes on that investment into perpetuity. And, Mr. McKinney is the operator, and we are one of the investors in the NEDC. So it's still, we're still hands-on. We're still heavily involved.
Right, and I know that we had that part of the CARES Act money that was already kind of set aside to help struggling businesses. But what I'm referring to is people that wanted to start new businesses, and how could we develop new growth in Norman, as well as put money back into our citizens' hands. And so that's what I'm referring to, which this is a great way to do it, because he is, raising them, if you will, from a baby startup business. But I know that there are people that maybe don't necessarily need that service, but could benefit from having a little bit of extra money to help start their business, and maybe don't qualify for his program, or maybe, like I said, just don't need that type of startup or help. So.
And we do recognize that and Councilmember Peacock was briefed on what the recommendation of EDEB was, but obviously tonight council can't vote to appropriate the dollars. What we
Right.
would do, based on council's direction this evening, is prepare that agenda item and make sure Councilmember Peacock's at that meeting to be able to share the
Well, that's,
responses
yeah,
with council.
it says
before
on
you
here
vote.
that we're gonna move forward, at council's directions, we'll move forward with drafting an agreement with NEDC. So that's where I just wanna make sure
Yeah,
that
you'd still have to appropriate the funds, so there's a couple of steps that council will have to take action on before we're there.
all right.
And I'll just add to that, Councilwoman, that, you know, the accelerator is kind of the quick, and the incubator's below that, and then there's open space. So if we can get a large enough facility, there will be open space where people can come in, and they can use it for maybe $10 a day, and have copier access and that kind of stuff. Councilman Hall and I visited a place in Oklahoma City about 6 months ago that was set up just like that.
I need to get with you. I wanna come check out your facility.
Okay. I know that I've already spoken about my dreams of Norman Forward too, but I love this idea because if we can put it in the census tract, it'll help that area and it helps with ARPA. But when it is successful, a Norman Forward 2 could easily include an incubator space like on Main Street to really get businesses going in that area. And since we already have a program that's certified and whatnot, it seems like a logical place to, again, grow quality of life in different areas of our community through a Norman Forward too. And I know it's a few years out, so hopefully we would have time.
12th and Lindsay?
But hopefully, yes, that would let people see what we're talking about if and when we go forward with the Norman Forward 2 and possibly include something like this in it. Okay.
Qualified census tracts, because I took a look at those too to see where we're actually talking about. There are 5, almost the entire boundary area of Ward 4 is one of 5 qualified census tracts. Take out OU and take out one neighborhood more towards the north, towards Robinson, Old Silk Stocking, in that area. For some reason, that is not one, but so the qualified census tracts literally could be anywhere in Core Norman or Ward 4, but we also have qualified census tracts in Ward 1, Ward 2, and Ward 7.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Foreman.
Mine is just sort of more of a comment. I like the highlighting on the women, minority businesses, et cetera. I would also encourage you to hit up the students. We have 20,000 curious minds on campus, and I'd really like to see a success story. One of our OU students, and they started up big. So I don't know if you do target the campus and students there now, but I would like to see that sort of added to the list.
Well, we do have Tom Wavering with the Innovation Hub. He's one of our new advisory members, and we've agreed when we get this built that we'll set aside 8% for who he's directing to come into the incubator.
Oh, good, great.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Holman.
Yeah, just would add that I definitely support the concept of all this. The Innovation Hub is in Ward 7 down by the Weather Center, or it's still down there, isn't it?
It is.
Make sure it was, it's one of the really coolest places down there for people to go, and I'd encourage anybody to go check it out if you have a chance and you're down on the South Campus area. So I do share, wanting to make sure that existing small businesses are supported and represented, that they have I ideally want them to know that the Norman Economic Development Coalition is a resource for them that they can go to ask questions maybe about what they're doing, or if they're trying to start a business in Norman, and maybe they don't need the whole program or anything, but that you would be somebody that they could go to. Or even maybe they're a small business in town and they just have some questions about something, that you would be somebody that they could go to. So I do support this concept, and I would encourage us to consider maybe even additional funding if we're looking at getting more direct funding to certain local businesses, or helping people, replace their windows from the hailstorms, or their neon sign, or whatever it may be. So I do I do think it's something Norman needs, and obviously we need it. We already have it. We have a demand for it that's outgrown the space we currently have. So it seems to make sense for me, and I do agree with the approach of trying to maintain the businesses we have and foster growth within our community. And we have, I think, 4 or 5 manufacturing plants in Norman that are very large. And I agree it's going to be difficult to ever get another one of those just based off of available industrial land for that type of thing. But it's remarkable, in my opinion, that we have those 5. So doing what we can to support locally owned and grown businesses, I think is something worthy of the city and worthy of the city's support. So I'm definitely looking forward to hearing some more about it. I think we're meeting tomorrow, so looking forward to it. Thanks.
Okay, that's all of our comments on item number 2. Council members, I don't know if we neglected to tell you, but there was actually sandwiches in the city manager's conference room. So we are, I know, my apologies. We're about to start item 3 of 5, so we're going to take a 10-minute break to allow these public servants to eat before we press on.
We usually don't have 5 items on the study session, but that's how fast it's coming at us.
I'm glad you brought us food tonight. Thank you so much.
Stacy takes good care of all of us, so.
Sorry, I forgot to tell you guys. There's a microwave in here if you need to heat it.
Yes. 83?
I graduated from high school in '82.
It's all right. We have diverse perspectives. It's all good. You couldn't be my mother.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Lauren's, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if you were her mother, somebody's going to say that.
Okay, I'm just telling you guys.
Where's Councilmember Tortorella? He's here. And then Councilmember Foreman was dismissed. She's her health. She's been very allergy-y.
We're going to check out the Bob Ross positive energy drink.
That was mine.
Was it?
That was mine. I really needed it today. I needed some Bob Ross positive energy.
That's marketing right there.
Happy Mayor. Here we go. Okay. Item 3, we are, hope you all enjoyed that conversation about my Bob Ross energy drink. We are now moving on with item 3, discussion regarding a potential buyer for 718 North Porter Avenue. I will point out that Councilmember Foreman was dismissed. She is not feeling well this evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This will be one of the shorter conversations on tonight's 5-item study session. The building at 718 North Porter is currently owned by Norman Regional Healthcare Systems. When the city council moved forward with the location on the Porter campus for the new senior wellness facility, it prompted a massive replatting of that property on which the city of Norman previously owned 11.2 acres. The goal was to retain enough acreage in the right spot on the new plat to develop the new senior wellness facility, and then the additional acreage would be acquired by Norman Regional Healthcare Systems for cash. And in that conversation, the discussion of the opportunity for Norman Regional Healthcare Systems to give to the city at appraised value the building at 718 North Porter, and then a small balance of cash on the close of escrow to just write the books and make sure title was clear on all the properties. At the time, the city council said we are interested in owning 718 North Porter, and there were a couple of conversations about potential uses for the space, including warming shelter space, sobering center space, and then even potentially incubator space. Right now, that real property transaction is in the hands of the title company, and I have a feeling based on what that old map looked like, it's probably one of the most challenging title efforts undertaken in Norman's history. So right now, the close of escrow is only pending the conclusion of all the title work to make sure everything is clean. In the meantime, staff received a phone call from Commissioner Stacy from Cleveland County, who asked if the city council might consider selling that building for the utilization of county health services to provide clinic space on Porter Avenue. I was able to share with the commissioner what the floor plan of the building looks like, and it's basically a big open rectangle, 2 stories. Mr. Richie Split was able to share with me a copy of the appraised value at generically $1.2 million. And after the county talked it over with their Health and Human Services staff, Commissioner Stacy said the county would be interested in buying that building from the city of Norman at appraised value when we close escrow and you actually own it to sell it. So what tonight's request would be is, one, if there is consensus on council's desire to potentially sell that building for appraised value, and what that would give you is $1.2 million in discretionary dollars that council could pretty much spend on anything council saw fit. And I thought it was just a rare opportunity to bring you that conversation. And the county was interested in advancing the conversation, so I said, I've got a study session coming up, we'll bring it to council. What would happen stepwise is, should council achieve consensus in saying that's the direction you want to go, our city attorney would put together a purchase and sales agreement for your consideration that would also be considered by the county commissioners. And once both boards approved that purchase and sales agreement, we would open escrow and maybe close simultaneously when we acquired it from the hospital. So I don't have a whole lot more information from you other than what the county's anticipated use would be for the space, but definitely wanted to bring you that opportunity.
Councilmember Holman?
Well, at first glance, I definitely like the idea. I've initially have favored getting that building so that we could use it for some of the potential purposes we talked about, with a warming shelter, a one-stop hub for social services and stuff. But I've kind of more gravitated to wanting to pursue that option more around the Griffin property. And so I'm definitely open to the idea of using or selling this building and using the funds from the sale of it for other purposes that we have. So I'm interested to hear what everybody else thinks too.
Councilmember Hall?
So just the path that we've taken from our original discussions with the hospital to where we are today, I find fascinating, because things change, circumstances change, and we've certainly envisioned, as you pointed out, more than one use for that building. I am in favor of moving forward to explore this, because one of my concerns all along is that we were accepting a building that really didn't fit any kind of use that we had designed just yet. And I know it's sound, I know it's a good investment for someone who wants to retrofit a building. I like the idea of the health department actually having clinic space there, because it definitely fits in with the overall vision of what is being reimagined with the Porter campus and creating a health village, so that supports that. It certainly supports what I just mentioned previously, that a good part of Ward 4 is a qualified census tract, and this would be services that would be really convenient for some of our residents of Norman if understanding that's the direction that they're wanting to use the space. I think we've also discovered with all of the discussions we've had surrounding the home base report that one of the highest priorities is to create a day resource center and a permanent night shelter, preferably in the same facility. And at this phase of those kinds of discussions, I would much rather have our options open for the location and what type of facility we actually need, instead of trying to fit a round peg in a square hole with a building that we've acquired.
Councilmember Hall, you triggered a memory in back to council's retreat in July. The 718 space, when you put on all the puzzle pieces face up, Councilmember Peacock's $1 million investment in entrepreneurial startup grants. There was also an earmark to remodel 718.
Yep,
and Councilmember Peacock, in his architectural wisdom, said probably about 1.8 million. If you sell the building, you potentially also free up an earmark of 1.8 million in ARPA, and you've just increased your flexibility on how council decides to spend those dollars as well. So it really could swing your flexibility pretty substantially.
Yeah, so for all those reasons, I'm supporting moving ahead.
Councilmember Studley.
So just out of curiosity, is this going to be some buildings in addition to what we already have existing off of 12th Street? Or is this like they're going to be trying to shut that area down?
It is my understanding that 12th Street activities will continue, but they see the opportunity to expand public access to clinic space. And I've heard things like prenatal support and then wellness clinic space.
I love it.
Porter's just really easily accessible in search of healthcare.
Yeah. I think that falls totally in line with what we're doing in that area anyways, and kind of the vision that we've had for it. And what Councilmember Holman had stated, just looking at it in one way, but everything's changed. And so now we kind of have a different vision of how we see that. And I think for those businesses in that area, and just we've got the hospital there, or had a hospital, but there's still going to be hospital activities, Dr. Parks, things like that, senior wellness center. This just seems to naturally fit in there. So I would also be in support of that.
Thank you. Councilmember Schuler.
Yeah, that was my same question about what was going to happen on 12th Street. And so I would be in favor of, if this is expanded capacity in a different location, agree about plans changing and, not really not having a building that was, suited for the purposes that we would like them to be suited for. I do like the option of freeing up potential money that we can use elsewhere within ARPA, because we have a long list of things that we want to fund with that money. And so I'm definitely in favor of pursuing this.
Okay, seeing no other comments, it looks like we would like to pursue this.
I would like to point out to our city attorney, my item went substantially faster than her item. So,
wow,
thank you.
Wow.
We'll work on that purchase and sales agreement and get that agendized for council's consideration in the near future.
Your first prediction of time that was correct tonight.
True statement.
All right.
Thank you.
Shade being thrown from the diet. Number 4, discussion regarding relocation of the warming shelter. Who's taking this one?
I'll take this one as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor. What we have up on the screen, there it is an aerial of the footprint of a building. This is a vacant building on Griffin property. Main Street is the street that bisects that aerial photo. And you'll see project location. That is, it has a doctor's name on it, and it's known as the Educational Center of Griffin. It is on the Griffin footprint, one vacant patch of ground south of the existing inpatient facility for Griffin. When council was sharing concerns about the location of the existing warming shelter, we recognize we are on a month-to-month lease with our landlord, and we do face the real possibility of not being renewed next month. Staff went out to seek additional options for council to consider in terms of location. I made a phone call to Mr. Durand Crosby, the COO of the State Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse, and I asked Mr. Crosby if there were vacant buildings on Griffin that we could take a look at for this purpose. His first response was, "Oh, we've got a lot of vacant buildings." His second response was that he wanted us to understand that these individuals are clients served by the State Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse. So he said, we are very accustomed to this population on our campus. We currently provide several of them services on a regular basis. 3 of the buildings are in very rough shape, and there was exposed asbestos and lead-based paint, and they are not habitable in any form. One of the buildings wasn't as available as initially anticipated. They currently use that as their central kitchen, and it's still heavily utilized by staff and clients. The building closest to Main Street, kind of dead center on the north side, is an old warehouse, and it's a very big open space, but it's far too rough to occupy in this capacity. The building that says project location, it was actually built in 1971, and about 4 years ago, the state exited the building, turned off all the utilities except electricity, and locked the door. And we were curious as to why the electricity was on, and there's a gymnasium in the center of that building that staff utilizes for, lunchtime activities. So they kept the lights on, but they don't get any heat or air conditioning in there. They just deal with the elements. We asked the state if we could turn on the water to see what would happen after 4 years with no water pressure. And they said, knock yourself out, but have a lot of eyes on the property because we expect a lot of leaks. We brought with us our plumber, our electrician, and our HVAC technician from building maintenance. And we brought our chief building official and the fire marshal to take a look at basically the far western portion of this building, which is the lobby area and 2 restrooms. And we went to go turn on the water, and the water meter, having been off for 4 years, was frozen solid and we couldn't move it. But our plumber said what we would do is we would put in a new meter, which we do all over town all the time, and we have meters in inventory, and we would run one pipe from it directly to the 2 restrooms to get toilets and sinks operable. And they had a solution for hot water without going to the hot water heater. There's actually instant hot water under the sinks that are plug in, and they said we can put those in a half hour. Those are easy. Climate control, they felt like there was serviceable climate control on the property. There are also portable temporary solutions that are very low cost and very easy to move. In the estimation of our building maintenance professionals, that space could be habitable for less than $10,000 and probably made habitable within a couple of weeks. So they felt like of all of the options, that one was most realistic. What it shows on this map is from our current location, we know several of the occupants of the city's warming shelter. They make their way by foot or by bus to food and shelter, where they currently eat breakfast and lunch. And if we're over full at the shelter, they spend the night in the cafeteria at food and shelter currently. What we are also conscious of on this map on the north side of Main Street on the far right side is Lamond Elementary School. And it is a private school that also occupies what was a former vacant building on state hospital property. And that is just an element in the reality of what activities are currently taking place on the state of Oklahoma State Mental Hospital property. We wanted to bring these things to council's attention. What the state asked is, if your council decides they would like to pursue this option, we would like you to provide us, the state, with a letter of kind of how you propose to use the space and what the terms of your relationship would be like. From our perspective, we have some fantastic lease agreements with the state for lots of acreage, dollar a year type transactions. And my proposal to the state would be, it would be $1 a month, month to month. We do have a $5 million application into the state to build a permanent warming shelter facility. We do not envision this to be a permanent solution by any stretch. With the $4,000 a month rent we would save on the current location, we would suggest hiring an additional security officer. So we would have a total of 3 on the site when clients of the warming shelter are present. And right now the hours of operation are 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. There's a lot of work that would have to go into this, and this is what your staff does on a regular basis. Those are challenges that we tackle. But when our tradesmen tell us this is a thing that they could make happen, I wanted to make sure I brought this opportunity to council for your consideration. So I can tell you we knock on a lot of doors and talk to a lot of real property owners about opportunities to move the warming shelter, and we have not found another property owner to say, you can bring them here. So, happy to answer any questions you may have.
How much was that amount again?
For under $10,000, and I can tell you, we incurred about that expense or a little bit more to occupy the current space, because we added a restroom and some doors and some access and some heat. And we just, paid it off in the rent over the last year, so.
Will we look to extend the hours with this new place?
Our intention would not be to extend the hours. What we were told, the lady who operates the current youth mobile crisis response unit out of a piece of property on the state footprint on Gibbs Street, Shamika indicated that they would be opening that facility up, the Gibbs House, up as a day resource center. And we received a phone call from Shamika's office, and we're supposed to meet in the middle of this month, and they're going to roll out how they're going to open that facility up. So we think the day resource piece will be covered by the state of Oklahoma on this site on Gibbs Street in an existing state facility.
Would there be rent for that?
Nope, that's a space that they will operate, and they will provide case management support in Gibbs House. So that would be completely outside our scope.
Thank you. Councilmember Tortorello.
When we talked about this a couple of months back, I was open to the idea of having a low barrier shelter or relocating it from where it's at now to Griffin. So I went up there and talked to Lance Searites at the school. And basically, he put me in contact with the state Department of Education and their standards when it comes to low barrier shelters and how it would impact his charter. And basically, they both claimed that if this move was to go forward in this location, that would seriously jeopardize the school's charter. This is what they said, that they might have to close and shut down or relocate. Now, I do know they have a 10-year contract with the county to relocate, but Lance has told me they spent a considerable amount of money to ensure the security of the location and to make sure that the doors are locked and cameras are in place. That capital investment, they won't recoup if they have to move. But I'm looking at the totality of what we have and what we're asking council to do going forward, is that, I sympathize with the warming shelter needs, but, I just have to fall back on what we do with the VA and low barrier shelters. The VA is equipped with mental health professionals and substance abuse professionals to deal with this. At this point now, I don't think that it's a good idea that we get involved. I'm all for having a nonprofit come in and take this over sooner than later, but that's a discussion we need to have down the road. I'm just concerned that if this goes forward, the school might lose its charter or be forced to move. Now, they did lose some students with the proximity to food and shelter, and they survived that. But talking to the Education Department, Brad Clark and Rebecca Budd, counsel for them, they said that this will jeopardize their charter. So we have 399 students that go to this school, so it's about 150 families involved. And I can't see us jeopardizing their operation for our operation. You're exchanging issues, and you're exchanging, who we are to serve and who we are to protect. Now, the biggest issue with low barrier shelters, and I don't want to say that we're criminalizing homelessness. I don't subscribe to that. I did do my due diligence and ask these questions. I talked to many people about this, Lee Hall and others, to come to this conclusion. I just don't think that we should move this in proximity of the school, and like I said, jeopardizing 399 students, and it's not a good idea. So if we can solve this and put it in a different location, the definition of low barrier, there's been a lot of misinformation about what we're planning to do as a council. We're not building low barrier shelters. We're just relocating what we have now, and there are caveats, I was told, to what we have now, and anything going forward, I'm sure we would have caveat. But the issue with most parents at this school, administrators and the board members, is that what happens after they're released at 7 a.m. So I know that you and I talked that they're on the campus anyways, they're roaming Griffin, but so my question, I guess, is, are we adding further liability by having this shelter, one, there, and what happens when they're released at 7 a.m. So I am for the case managers to determine, for those that come and stay the night, to determine what they need, what services they need. If they're veterans or not, I'll be glad to step in and help those. But what happens afterwards? You know, we got Head Start, we have CASA in that same area. Are we putting additional liability onto the city if something happens? I mean, God forbid, like I said, we're not here to criminalize homelessness, and this is a nonpartisan issue. But I'm looking at it from a different perspective after my first initial perspective. And I just think that we need to be careful where we place this in proximity to the school. I think that the students there and the families there, their needs should be looked at heavily, as well as a shelter for the needs of the homeless. I mean, it's an emergency shelter. It's only open half the day or half the time. But I don't think we should force a school off its property or to shut down or move.
Councilmember Tortorello, I think that is an absolutely valid element that definitely deserves further investigation. On the picture, when we see the current location of food and shelter, and we do recognize there are plans to expand that facility, and all of the vacant land around food and shelter, currently owned by the State of Oklahoma Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse. There are sales being negotiated as we speak to provide additional services for our homeless population. And I think that's a real conversation taking place by lots of agencies, not the city of Norman, but I think recognition of what does that mean to a charter school's charter definitely needs to be investigated. But because there is a lot of energy and attention on that vacant lot, primarily because it is the current location of food and shelter, and so many services and so many people are served at that address currently, that was the natural attraction to the neighborhood.
Absolutely, you know, and I agree that you know, we need to do something. We can't ignore the problem. But like I said, we just can't move the problem to somebody else's problem and cause further problem. If that makes any sense here. We just have to be cognizant that we are going to displace a school, and even if they were to find another property in the county on that agreement they have with the county, again, they've lost their capital investment on what they have now. So that's my own concern. If we have the conversation and work it out to ensure it doesn't come to that, then that's also a solution too that I'm willing to investigate. I'm just saying that I did talk to the school, I talked to some of the board members and the parents over the weekend, and this is their primary concern. And just let you know, they're gonna come and protest this too as well, which is their right. Just to let the voices known that they don't wanna relocate, and the school board doesn't wanna lose any more students. So if we can look at that and maybe look at a different location where it doesn't impact a school or anything like that, I think that would benefit Norman too as well.
We'll do a little bit of homework and get the details about what that charter requirement looks like, and we can absolutely incorporate that into the quest for solutions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Berlin.
Yay or nay, whoever answers this question, the low barrier shelter, does it allow sex offenders in or not?
We did have that conversation. Right now, there is no screening process. In my conversation with Mr. Rick Knighting in the city attorney's office, recognizing that this situation must exist somewhere else in the United States of America, the response was what would be warranted would be signs identifying its proximity to any sensitive use, a church, a school, a playground, a park, and notify anybody who is, potentially a registrant that you can't come here because of its proximity to one of these sensitive uses. And it would be up to the registrant to say, if I violate my parole, I go back to prison. So we don't screen. Those aren't questions that are part of going into the facility. So don't have an answer to that question.
If that is not part of this, it has zero business being located next to this school. Zero business. I have no idea why we put this detriment close to a school, which I share those concerns, either having to move the school or they're going to lose students. I know I wouldn't want my kids going over here next to the homeless shelter with possible sex offenders. And once again, I'll state, about 20%, nearly 20% of our registered sex offenders are registered as homeless. That's not a small number. That is a giant number per capita of our homeless population. If we're going off the number of 200 individuals or so that we claim that we have a count on. It's just crazy. I know that there's no great solution of where to put this thing, but this is not it. Over here by this school, once again, I know everybody that wants this, your heart has good intentions, but you have to deal with the consequences of your good intentions, and this is detrimental.
Thank you. Councilmember Hall.
So I have a few questions. If this was already brought to our attention by Councilmember Tartarello, I'm just as interested in what our legal counsel has to say about this particular issue. I appreciate you reaching out to the counsel for the State Department of Education, but I'm assuming we have also done our due diligence about this. And so I really need to understand what we're talking about. Number one, Lamond is not a private school. Lamond is a charter school, and I would like to remind everybody the history of this particular school. They applied for a charter with the Norman Public School System and were not approved. And that's no judgment, but it's just to say that the next step that you have to become a charter school is to apply to the State Department of Education. So they are the granting charter for this particular school. It's a little bit of an unusual setup. So I don't pretend to understand what the requirements of their charter are. Do they literally have a section about warming shelters? That's what you said.
I'm just saying is that the emergency shelter, the definition that they use is the low barrier shelter. So I just brought it up because they brought it up. And
Who brought it up?
The school did.
Okay.
The school did.
And what did you suggested that the legal counsel
I did not
holding the charter for the State Department of Education has indicated that they would lose their charter if there was a emergency shelter close by.
A low barrier shelter is what was indicated.
Okay.
Low barrier shelter.
So
go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm asking our legal counsel how we interpret that.
Well, that's the first I've heard of that particular concern. So I'm doing some research. I've reached out already by email to Brad Clark at the Department of Education to help me understand the rules there, and I will get back with you on that.
Okay. So clearly we want to make sure we understand the ins and outs of that, but I also think there's a lot of misinformation about what can and can't be close to a school and what state statute allows and what we do as a city. So I think we need to be crystal clear about that. And I also just want to make the comment that, in a perfect world, we would love to have multiple locations to pick from for our emergency night shelter. It is one of the top items identified in our home base report that we continue to work towards having a permanent location. This, as I've said before, the location downtown was always intended to be a temporary location. It did not check all of the boxes that we would be using for a permanent location. And we were rising to meet the need in our community because no nonprofit stepped up to do that work. So that's really important for all of us to understand where we are in all this. So literally our choices are for the temporary solution to keep our shelter open, which I think most of us are committed to, is we can consider this location and take into consideration the concerns that you've raised, because certainly they need to be addressed. But I want to understand, when you're suggesting that they're going to lose their charter and that they have to move, I want to understand that that's the reality and not just misinformation about what it is that we're trying to do there. So that's number one. I need to know that. And so then our other choice is to leave it right where it is. And I think we've already had plenty of conversations about it is not the ideal location. There has been some negative impact on our local businesses downtown. We have literally been trying to find an alternate location since October, I want to say. It's now March. So it hasn't been for lack of effort, and it hasn't been for lack of effort to be sensitive to the surrounding area. Could you point to me where Lamont School is on these? It's in the corner?
Yes, it is adjacent to Main Street, almost to 12th. It's on the top half of the map on the lower right-hand side.
So I absolutely do not want to diminish the concerns of parents that have children at the Lamont School. I want to be really clear about that. We didn't hear one word from Lamont School when Food and Shelter was wanting to have a zoning change to expand their food pantry. So this is the first time that I've literally been made aware in the hours and hours and hours that we've been trying to address these issues, that they have any concern. I mean, they've expressed no concern about being right on the campus of a state mental health facility. They have expressed no concern about the expansion of Food and Shelter. They have expressed no concern about the housing village of people who already live there. So I want to make sure I really get the context for where the concern is coming from now. It's open from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. I don't know what time their school starts, but when people are seeking a safe place to find shelter in the night, which is the whole point of this discussion, they are not, part of the protocol of our shelter is to check in. And you have a certain number of window to check into the facility. And then there are no in and outs. So once they decide this is where they want to stay for the night, this is where they have a safe place to stay for the night. We already employ 2 security guards. If we have the possibility of employing another one, great. One of I think the best selling point of our emergency shelter as it's existing right now is that we literally can place a case manager or 2 or more sometimes every single night. So that is not a service that anyone can take advantage of anyplace else between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. So, and I also want to emphasize, this is temporary. This is not meant to be a long-term solution. There's going to be plenty of discussion when we get to the point, hopefully, that we are awarded that $5 million, or we may find it someplace else. But that's going to be a community discussion about where the best location is going to be. This is the only reason we're even discussing this is to try to accommodate some of the negative consequences that our small business owners who are on life support downtown have expressed to us for months and months and months and months. So if we don't do it here, and there may be good reasons why we can't, but we need to know that, then we're going to stay right where we are. Because the option for me to say, we give up, we're closing it down, we're not doing anything, that's not an option. And we've had it reiterated by a consultant that we invested a considerable amount of money in. So I really want to understand why they feel threatened, why someone at the State Department who holds their charter is suggesting that they're going to have to move. I mean, that all sounds very dire. I'd be concerned too. So I think we need to understand just what's at play here and make sure we're all talking about the same thing, because there is so much misinformation surrounding this issue. And I'll use as an example the 718 North Porter. To some members of our community, it is set in stone that that was going to be a homeless shelter, and we have never taken any council action about that. We discussed so many possibilities, and where it finally lands sometimes is a complete mystery to all of us. So, you know, one thing we can actually dispel tonight is 718 North Porter is not being considered as the permanent shelter location. And we still have a segment of our community hanging on to that idea that they have to protest against that. And it's never been a decision that's been made by this body. So my other question that also could possibly complicate things is we have been fortunate enough, because of the talents of our grant writer, Miss Lisa Craig, to be the recipient of millions of dollars to our CDBG fund, our home fund. We have successfully been awarded money year in and year out. The warming shelter, and I may have the details wrong, so if you need to correct me, by all means do. But our warming shelter currently is funded by several different grant sources. And one of them is an emergency solutions grant. And I think there's another piece that was CARES Act money that was specifically dedicated, nothing that we decide, was specifically dedicated to CDBG money. Is that right? Okay. Okay. So the point of all this is there has been some question as to whether we can actually transfer that grant money to another location. So do we have any news about that?
In our conversations with federal folks at the state capitol, we ask hard questions that they don't get asked often. They said the potential solution is we would actually just reapply with a new address, and it would be easier to award the remaining balance in a new request than it is to go in there and change the address on an existing request. So we didn't get a no. We got a puzzled look, and I mean, those are homework assignments that staff is happy to tackle.
Okay. So the other thing, as long as we're having to, you know, dot our I's and cross our T's on a number of items, is it's my understanding that this particular funding source, we have the warming shelter funded through August of 2022.
That is correct.
Yeah, okay. So that's another clock that's ticking, and this is just to put you all on alert. We are going to have to come up with solutions if we want to continue to keep the shelter open. We're going to have to address that too. So this is all extremely temporary in nature. So personally, what I would hope to see is that we can clarify some of these things. If there are opportunities to meet with their board, meet with their parents, and reassure them of what kind of protocols are in place, what kind of security is in place, address any concerns that they have, and you know, give them a timeline and reiterate, this is not permanent. This is not going to last very long. So I think we need to pursue that as well.
Councilmember Hall, a number of great points. First of all, for the community's consideration, our city council does their best work in public, in front of everybody. They don't do, you know, backdoor deals. We bring you options, opportunities, and challenges, and you discuss them in open session, and that's why we're here. So that's why local government works. Our consideration up until this conversation, which is why we have to continue these conversations, for a location for a permanent shelter was on state property in our vision south of Main Street, but near the services available at Food and Shelter. And that had been not a dot on the map yet, but a big blurry spot on that map south of Main, because it is currently owned by the State Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse, and it is the home to so many services currently being provided to that population. So I think the homework assignment for us, we will be able to identify all those issues And if it helps guide us and give us clarity for where the permanent location should be, then by all means, this is a great opportunity for us to jump in and get that homework done.
So my next question is, we've talked about the Gibbs House for a number of months now, which is also a very positive development on the horizon of how we meet needs that have been identified. Do we know where that location is on here?
I'm not sure if it's visible on that map. Gibbs Street may just be to the left of the picture. I believe it is north of Main Street, and I'm looking back at Jane and Lisa getting a nod, yes.
So it's in that same square mile
Yes.
as the potential shelter and not far from food and shelter,
It is on
which will
that state
also be
property.
the future location of the food pantry.
Correct.
Okay. So that could potentially also contribute to this conversation in a positive way, because we have been looking at that as a temporary day resource center and a place for anyone who's finding shelter in the evening at this particular location. They have a choice of going to food and shelter for a breakfast, or they possibly have another alternative place to be able to spend some time during the day. So as soon as that comes online, also is probably relevant to this.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Studley.
Okay, so you guys have already touched on this. So that same area has a drug rehab facility. It has a mental health facility, all right in that same area that I have personally driven homeless people to, and that wander throughout that campus often. One question I wanted to ask, when did the city, Lisa, can you tell me what year was it that the city first had the warming shelter that we sponsored here at the library?
So yeah, Ms. Craig, why don't you just come on down?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Lisa Craig, grants manager. The city first operated the warming shelter over in the library beginning in December 2019, and it ran through March 2020, right before COVID started. And then we started again in December 2020, and it's gone continuously. Now, Food and Shelter opened a warming shelter, and they operated it at multiple locations 6 or 7 years prior to that. And then in August of 2019, they informed the city that they no longer would be operating the warming shelter.
So Food and Shelter, which is right here, I just want, so everyone knows this, Mr. Tortorella, Food and Shelter operated the warming shelter out of their facility. The charter school did not open until 2018. So the charter school opened after Food and Shelter and during the time that Food and Shelter was the city's warming shelter, was their emergency shelter. So I feel like whomever you spoke with is misinformed about the charter, because I don't feel that that school would have ever been granted a charter if that were the case, because the warming shelter was already there. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. So I think that this is a great idea for this to be put here because of all of the resources that are around there. Like I mentioned too, drug rehab, mental health, food and shelter, the pantry, hopefully Gibbs House soon. There's just so many things. And this is temporary. It is totally temporary. So I would really like to move forward with this, and I'm excited that you found the property. So thank you all for doing that, because I know that was a lot of work really fast. And the fact that we could do this for $10,000, do you know how many beds we can fit in there?
3839 in the first review from our fire marshal, and we have the ability to look at some additional rooms in the facility, excluding the gym, that if we had adequate
That was what I was
security,
gonna ask next,
we
was the
could
gym.
potentially provide additional cots.
Okay. So it potentially could provide additional beds. It's just a temporary thing. We're looking at August of this year. We're going to be trying to figure it out again. So But yeah, I appreciate you really doing your due diligence here and working hard, because I know that that was a difficult thing for our business community, so thank you.
All right, thanks.
Councilmember Holman?
Thank you. I agree with a lot of the comments made. I was going to mention that Lamond opened in 2018, in late 2018 also, so they made the choice to locate there after Food and Shelter had already been open for a couple of years. And they made the choice to locate there knowing that there are a lot of similar type services in this, specifically in this area, and specifically on the hospital property. You know, it's been that way for over 100 years as far as those types of services, certain types of people that are in that area that some other folks may be concerned about. But, you know, so it seems to me that the school kind of knew what they were getting into by locating right here. I don't know what their other options were. And I do really appreciate Lamond and having a school like them in Norman. I think they're a great thing for our community, and they provide a really great service educational-wise for international students and language issues. And so I'm really thankful to have them in Norman. I just want to make that clear. And I do want to know more about the details of, you know, rules with the state board, and is it 300 feet or 1,000 feet, or is there some sort of threshold that they, you know, can have issues with? So I'm definitely sympathetic to those concerns and want to take them seriously for sure, and want to know more about those concerns that they have from a legal standpoint. But I do feel strongly that one, if there was anybody else able or willing to provide this, they would be, and the city wouldn't be doing it if there was someone else to do it. And, you know, we started with the library over here, and that was really nice because we own the property, and it's right next door, and it's really big, and a little bit easier to control access, and, you know, but now we've got stuff going on there, and we were fortunate enough to find a property owner that was willing to let us use their space for this. But again, that was in my view, a last resort, that there was no other option. And when it comes down to it, without this warming shelter, when I think about it, you know, I've mentioned before, there would be 25, 30, 35 people a night that instead of being in that shelter every night, they'd be on the streets of Norman, sleeping in front of businesses or in your front yard or wherever it may be. And so I think if we're able to provide a place for them to go, that means they're not in front of the businesses and in front of your house and things like that. And keeping them out of the elements so we don't end up with situations where we have, you know, homeless folks suffering from stroke or from, you know, freezing to death, those types of things. So I agree that there's not really a good place anywhere in the city for this, that nobody, I don't think, wants to have services like this around their property or their home or their school or their business. And I think it's not unreasonable for people to feel that way. It's just, we're a city of 130,000 people. We're in a very large metropolitan area that is growing rapidly. And with that comes big city issues that we have to deal with. And I feel until there is another entity, a nonprofit or someone else that's willing and able to provide that service, that it's the city government's obligation to be the backstop when there is no other option. So not ideal, even though I do think Griffin, that property is probably the most appropriate place of anywhere in Norman, perhaps, just given the long time history of what that area has been used for. So maybe it's not the permanent solution, but for the meantime, we've got to do something, and this seems like the least impactful, least negative impact to the surroundings, pending we can find out some more information about the school situation. So it's kind of my thoughts on it. I'm good with moving forward with it, but I do want more information, and I think some good points have been made.
All right, Councilmember Schuler.
I appreciate the conversation and the questions and the points that have been made about the property, it being, a facility, mental health facility, having these types of services, the timeline of when services have been provided, when Lamont School moved onto the property. I think all of those things are really important in guiding our conversation and our decision about moving, our potential temporary warming shelter to this location. And I think what's really important to kind of underscore here is that we have heard that our homeless people, our individuals, are here getting services daily in various locations around the campus, at Food and Shelter, at potentially at Griffin, at other locations, at what will potentially be the Day Resource Center, and so that is not that far away, just a block potentially from the school, and so these individuals are going to be there regardless of if there's a warming shelter there or not. And so the concerns of the school, I think, go beyond just us relocating our warming shelter to this potential location. Also, it's operated from 7 p.m. until 7 a.m. And so they are in a facility, in a building, where they can sleep, where they are provided with case management services, opportunities to connect in other ways, to potentially getting housed and to moving through the process, which I think is really important, and then can move over to a day resource center, to Food and Shelter for meals, all of that things. And what we know is that through our gaps analysis and through our home-based study is that transportation is a real gap that we have. And so this helps alleviate some of those stresses while we continue to have this conversation about where a permanent shelter would be. So I understand the concern of parents and of the school, and I obviously don't want to put the school in any kind of jeopardy of losing their charter, but I think it's really important to understand what are the constraints around that, what is the legality, what are they operating under, their rule structure and system, and what is the potential path forward for us. So I really appreciate staff's diligence in finding this location. As we've mentioned, there are not a lot of potential locations. This is, at this point, the one location outside of where we are currently operating the facility, and appreciate the upgrades and things that we could do to bring this online pretty minimally and quickly for us to be able to service the facility and move over. So I think that's pretty remarkable. So I really appreciate the quickness and the time frame.
Thank you. Councilmember Tortorello.
I'd like to regroup and, just reiterate that I believe that the shelter is needed. That was never my intent to side rail this project. But there was information that was provided tonight that I didn't have access to, especially when the school was on the grounds. Didn't have that information. So we'll just have to wait and see what our attorney says and actually look at it. And she knows the guys that we spoke with, or I spoke with up there, and ask if this is going to impact that charter. I think we need to know that before going forward. We have to do something. I think doing nothing and ignoring the problem is not the best solution. I mean, we don't want anyone to die in the streets with the recent cold snaps we've had or heat strokes in the summertime. And this is one of those touchy subjects that has been polarized because it's been partisan. And I've always stated that this should be a nonpartisan issue when we're looking at the homeless. I mean, we do have the resources, I believe, to bring people together, and we should. And Councilman Hall and myself, we've talked about this for a couple hours, and I've got my notes on the pros and cons. I spoke to Bill Scanlon and got his inputs. And so, my decision and my notes and this conversation didn't happen out of thin air. I did ask, and I did turn to my folks that we deal with at the VA. Now, when it comes to sex offenders, part of the intake process is that they ask, are you a sex offender? And they take their social, and if they are, they're not allowed on any VA property, and they actually have a contract with Goodwill, a 14-bed facility specifically for veteran sex offenders. They still receive the treatment, they still get the benefits of their entitlements, but they just can't be housed on any VA property because of their status. And so that might be an option for us to look at if there's money, to see if we can partner with Goodwill. They're already doing it, and say, hey, you know, you can go here for the night. But in no means do we suggest as a people and a community that we ignore the plight of the homeless, especially on these cold days and warm nights. We have the responsibility to do something. And you know, I wait for the inputs in which you find, and I'll be talking with Lamont tomorrow about this. And this is not to berate them or this process. Just keep that in mind. Is just to get to the facts that you know, there are new facts that were presented tonight that we have to consider. So I'm still open to the idea. I'm not shutting it down. Let's just find out what impact of this school is real or not real, and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hall.
Yeah, just in brief reply, I appreciate your comments, and I appreciate the conversations that we've been able to have so far. That's part of all of the work that we do. And also just want to take a pause to express my gratitude to our city staff for how hard they've been working on this. This is hard. And we've been really blessed by a staff that's dedicated to try to find a solution that works for everybody as best we possibly can. So I hope we can continue moving forward in this direction. I think we certainly understand what's at play here. You know, I've said many times, because I do represent Ward 4, we're at a very, very diverse ward. And yes, I have been investing a lot of time into this issue, and it's all about trying to reduce homelessness in our community. And I am sensitive to not only those who find themselves unhoused right now for whatever reason, and that's, you know, we're trying to address those concerns and those gaps, but we also have neighborhoods and homeowners and business owners who are impacted in other ways. And all of these things to help the end goal of reducing homelessness is to have a community that we can all have compassion for one another, whether you're housed, unhoused, a business on life support, all of these things fit together. So I really appreciate everything that the city staff is doing and trying to respond to the kinds of feedback that we get as council members and representing our communities. And I just hope that we can find a way forward, and like I said, hope that we can get the appropriate representatives from Lamont School face-to-face with our staff to be able to respond to what their concerns are and see if we can find a way to make this work.
Okay. Looks like there is consensus to move forward. I appreciate the robust discussions we're having this evening. And this is a very important topic. And I, again, also want to send my thanks to staff for getting creative and utilizing the resources that we already have in our community and building those partnerships, because this issue is not going to go away, and we need to address it. And I think this is a great first step in doing so. All right, on to our final item of the evening, discussion regarding University Boulevard drainage improvements.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I don't think I've ever attended a 4-hour council study session, so congratulations. It's another record. I started this, I'm going to finish it. Thank you for this last item. It'll be your easiest one of the night, I promise you. City staff has received a request from the developer of the Noun Hotel, Scott Lambert, is here with his design engineer, Mohammed Khan. You can see on the screen that this is the image of the soon-to-be completed Noun Hotel and then the site plan. This is on University Boulevard near Campus Corner. I think many of you were on council when it was approved. A little bit of history here. The application for rezoning came to us in April of 2020. Planning Commission approved the application, voted 5-3. In May, council had the first reading in June and then approved the rezoning in July on a vote of 7-2. And interestingly enough, about a month later-ish, Mr. Lambert came to us with a concern about some stormwater issues that really had not been discussed during the zoning case. We as staff really didn't feel and still don't feel that there's a serious flooding issue here, and we reported that to council at the time. Mr. Lambert and his team developed a really great stormwater system for this new site, so all things were great, but he had this concern and brought it to us in August of 2021. Like always, we tried to listen to those concerns and be creative with what we could do to help him. I'll talk more about that in a moment. One of the major problem was that we left that meeting on August 9th and they were going to come back in 2 weeks with plans from their engineer to tell us more about what they were proposing and how much that might cost. And we didn't hear from them for 6 months, and I'll let him answer why that was. I don't know that. But our reaction in August of 2021 in our options were very different than they are now. I'll just be candid about that. We had lots of options in August and fewer options now because the hotel will be finished and open for business in August of this year. So we're really running out of time to do this stormwater improvement and still get it done before they finish all their site improvements and so on. This is an image of the proposed stormwater system that you all have approved. I have City Engineer Scott Sturts. He'll follow me here in a moment, and he's the expert. He can tell you more about what all this is, but basically it's a very thoughtful stormwater system, lots of low-impact development features, very creative. Most of this was voluntary. It was not a mandate of the city. They did this on their own, and we appreciate that. And they're still going to do all of this. None of this changes. But where they tie that, sort of that yellow line, where that yellow line ties into the city's public storm water collection system in University is what we're going to talk about tonight. Here's the problem. When it rains, and again, Councilor Hall and I have laughed about this. You can see this anywhere in Core Norman. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. In a very old part of our city with small stormwater pipelines, flat streets, this is what it looks like after a rain. This is maybe a little bit worse in some areas, and I appreciate Mr. Lambert. He just doesn't want this condition on the main entrance to his new hotel after every rain, and we appreciate that. But what we call flooding is different than what other people call flooding. We have lots of real flooding in Norman, and this isn't it. We have homes flooded and properties damaged. This isn't damaging any properties, but it is a nuisance, and it's really not what we want to see on our public street leading into this new, beautiful $20 million boutique hotel. So we appreciate his concerns, and our goal was to help him find a solution and the funding to do so. So when he came back to us a few weeks ago, I called City Attorney Catherine Walker and Finance Director Anthony Francisco and sort of huddled up and said, okay, what are our options? We've got to move quickly. We really need to get this done before they open the facility and really before they do their immediate site improvements adjacent to this new pipeline. We looked at the emergency declaration that you have available to you in Article 12, Section 5 of the City Code, but we concluded that this wasn't an emergency. This is not a flooding emergency. The hotel can open and it'll be just fine if we did nothing. here. It'll be a nuisance, but it won't be a flooding emergency. So that option kind of went away. Had we had that option, council has a lot more latitude with how you can spend money and issue contracts and so on. So that's a handy option that we use only in severe emergencies. This isn't one of those. The next option was a conventional design bid build. We would take the plans prepared by SMC, clean them up a little bit, go out to a conventional public bid, bring it to council, and go forward. But as we ran out the calendar on that option, that would have us completing, if everything went just right, around the end of July, and they're opening in August. So we just didn't think that was something we wanted to be the people holding up the opening of this new beautiful hotel. So that didn't look like a good option for us because of the timing. When he came to us last August, and I still think this is a great Center City TIF project. We've not had one of those in Center City, but you have a TIF program, you have a TIF fund, the money is there. But that process involves a pretty elaborate development agreement that we have to develop. Catherine's team and our team, everybody works on that. We bring it to council, we work through it. I think it even goes to EDAB, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, lots of meetings and discussions. And then after that, we still need to go to design, bid, build. So that option wouldn't work because of timing. The only remaining option we could come up with was a change order on an existing contract that we have. The only contract that really fit was the Porter and Acres contract. As you know, we're just finishing that project, but we haven't closed it. That project had a fair amount of underground pipelines, inlets, all the things that they want to do here, so we could easily write a change order on that contract. Again, it's not at Porter and Acres. It is at a different site. We don't like to do that, but it is certainly legal and appropriate. And so that's the option that we're suggesting to you tonight. That's the only thing. If you want to do this, council can choose not to do this. This is your prerogative. But if you want to do this and help this development with an enhanced public stormwater system, that is the only way we know we can get it done in a timely fashion and at a price that is appropriate. I'm going to hand off to Scott, and he's going to take you through a few more details, and he'll get into the meat of the proposal and the numbers.
Thank you, Sean. So back when we were talking about the Center City Form-Based Code, the CCFBC, one of the big concerns was this intensive density increase in this area. How's that going to impact our public infrastructure? Because we know there's going to be more cars on the roads, there's going to be more sewage, more water usage, more storm sewer. And so that was a big concern that was needed to be addressed back when this was all being considered back in 2017. So one of the things that was come up with was to consider a Center City Form-Based Code tax increment financing district for this area to help finance this. And as part of that, it came in as a pretty late add into it, and they thoughtfully went out and hired Johnson & Associates out of Oklahoma City to do a study, and I brought my copy. It's another one of those reports that everybody says we never use, that you can tell mine is pretty well worn. The copy of it is, or the cover of it is up there in front of us. Yes, it's a great document. It was prepared back in April of 2017. It was done fairly quickly, and it was a very intent purpose of coming up with what do we think that TIF number would need to be. And so they went through this. It was a very quick process. They looked at it very broad brushed. They looked at it kind of on a block by block basis in most areas. And there's even an atlas sheet in there. You can go through and you pick out your block, it tells you what sheet to flip to, and then there's some information about that block. But because of that, there's no specificity in there. There's nothing that says it will be replacing an 18-inch storm sewer pipe with a 32-inch pipe. It just says stormwater improvements. Again, this was approved as part of that Center City Form-Based Code and the TIF in May 23rd of 2017. And I'm trying to use the wrong buttons again. So this is actually the page that has this area on it. If you look at this, that's the actual page from the report. Right there where the 42 is at the top of that photo, that is the old apartments or where that Noun Hotel is now well under construction. So you can see that it's wholly within this area. And you can see there's a little table there that talks about those infrastructure costs. And lots of good, quick information that we can use for some really rough approximations. One thing I need to point out is when you looked back into this inner city form-based code, there were basic street layouts that were called out for based upon the width of the right-of-way of the streets. And that's what we utilized to figure out what that construction of that street needs to be. But there were certain streets, and University being one of them, that were considered more special corridors because they had a different use than some of those other more urban residential type of streets. So this had a different type of street layout. So it's a little bit different because it is on University. But if you look on this table, and I know it's kind of small on the screen there, but they estimated that the storm sewer work along this entire stretch that's shown here would be $142,000, and that was their estimate. Our estimate for this is more than that, and it's about a half to maybe a little less of the total area that we're looking at. So you can see that these costs are getting a little old. We've seen some cost increase, but that's kind of one of the things that we're fighting here and that we're looking at. But we just want to go back and explain to you that there were always plans for this and that the TIF did account for a lot of that. So as we talk about the public stormwater enhancements that are being looked at and requested and that we're coming to you for advisement on tonight, these need to be coordinated with the improvements with the Noun Hotel because their stormwater system will discharge into the system that needs to be constructed. And if we were to take this and do it later, we would be interrupting their stormwater system as well as the entire frontage of their property, which is not what you want in a new boutique hotel. So it needs to be done in conjunction, needs to be done when you look at it all at one time. Mohammed with SMC did prepare plans, and that's what we've used to base everything that we're working off of today. We had to look for ways, as Sean was saying, because of our time frame, how could we expedite this? How quickly can we get going? So one thing that we looked at, and it's our best option that we've been able to come up with, is to, as Sean said, we're going to use a combination of city forces and also do a change order to the Porter and Acres intersection contract. As Sean described, most of the items that would be needed here are actually already in that contract, so it's a very easy cost overrun or quantity overrun for that. So what we looked at, and we talked to our utilities department, they are willing to help us perform. There's two areas where we just need to water the lower line to let the storm sewer go over the top. Very simple, we do it all the time. They are equipped and are very adept at doing that. They do a great job with it. They have offered to be the labor forces and that we will pay for those materials for those line lowerings. And then Rudy Construction, who is the contractor on Porter and Acres, would perform the actual construction of the storm sewer pipeline and then also the repair of the roadway and curbs as necessary. So just so you guys understand what those improvements are, if you look, we've got the plan sheet there, and if you want to dive into all that, I'm happy to. I love talking about plan and profile sheets, but most people don't. So we did a nice, easy aerial photo that we can look at there on the right side. Basically, if you start at the bottom of that, that is where we would connect to the existing storm sewer system that's in place. There's an inlet there that is basically completely broken apart. It needs to be replaced anyways. We would extend north with a new pipeline. We'd be adding the other 4 inlets north of there as you're looking at it. And when you see that one little red line that's going back to the left, that's where the Noun Hotel system would discharge into this system. So that's where they would be tying in to give you just kind of a little bit of distance there on that. And then also, it's a good opportunity while we're there. There's some ponding issues also on the east side of the street. We're there, we're doing work, let's capture that while we're there and go ahead and take care of that. So that kind of lays out, so it's a stormwater pipe. You can also see the 2 blue lines that are on that. Those are the water line lowering locations where we just need to lower those quickly to be able to get the storm sewer across the top. So that is in essence what we're talking about doing today. The cost, the big question here. So the water line lowering materials, we've estimated to be about $11,000. And then Rudy Construction for the stormwater and installing that. Because of where it is right at the curb line where we need to put it to avoid other utilities. So the whole curb line has to come out and then part of the pavement into the roadway. So their costs include coming back and making all of those repairs to make the whole system whole, as well as repairing the driveway right there where we're coming in at into the existing parking lot. When you look at that parking lot, that drive is pretty beat up, so replacing that's a good thing also. That's about $185,000, so a total project cost of $195,000. When we started looking at locations where we could find that funding from, there's some surplus funds in the Lake Thunderbird TMDL monitoring project. We worked with the Oklahoma Water Resources Board to do that sampling and monitoring for us. We got very, very good costs on that. So in the first 5 years, there was money savings, and we're seeing money savings in the second 5 years. So there are funds available there that we could shift over to this to be able to help this stormwater issue. And again, we were talking about doing this as a change order to Porter and Acres intersection project with council's approval. And if you gave us the go-ahead, we are positioned to be able to put this on for Tuesday night to be able to get this moving forward so that we could get this in the hands of the contractor and get started on the project.
Scott, just a quick question. How big is the stormwater pipe that will be in University when we're all said and done?
It will be, okay, that's a good question. It is an arched pipe, so it's not a typical round pipe, because it's so flat that we have to keep our stack height really low. So it is a 20, and if I get this wrong, I apologize, but I believe it's 28.5 by 18 inches tall. So it's an unusual shaped pipe.
Thank you.
And with that, we're willing to answer any questions that you may have or take any comments.
Councilmember Hall.
Okay, first of all, thank you, Mr. Sturts. Thank you, Mr. O'Leary, especially Mr. O'Leary, who's been holding my hand and walking me through this for a week now. So I appreciate your patience and the time that you've invested in this. Just so that my colleagues understand, I requested, this was agenda item number 9 that was pulled from the agenda last week. And the reason I did that was precisely so that you could have the opportunity to hear all of this information. It caught my attention because the title really didn't talk about what we were actually doing, which was we've had a lot of change orders for the Porter Acres intersection. I think you all understand pretty clearly that we're at the end of the road. And, you know, I would suspect that most of you just zipped right by this one thinking it was just another routine change order. And so when I realized that we were really, you know, talking about a completely different project, I felt like it was really important because it was on consent. It seemed like the best possible route to take advantage of the time that we have in a study session to get this information before you so that you understand what we're doing, because it is a little unusual. And honestly, you all have addressed all of the concerns that I've had and the questions that I've been bringing up this past week. So just the short version for you all, and you may have your own questions, of course, but when you look at the 4 options, I am going to be supporting the change order on the existing contract, but I felt like it was really important for not only us to understand why we're doing it this way, but for our public to understand when we talked about being transparent and not afraid to explain what we're doing, because this is just a little out of the ordinary. It's not, we can do it, it's just we don't usually do it this way. And so I just wanted to highlight the options. You know, the city staff has already determined that it's not an emergency. It would be inappropriate to do the declare an emergency under Article 7. The conventional design build, bid build, seemed like possibly it was an obvious route than to do it this way. But in the end, I think the key point of all this is we find ourselves here now because we're getting close to the opening of the hotel. And one of the things that I really wanted to make sure was it's really much more cost-effective all the way around and efficient use of resources all the way around if we go ahead and do it now. Because if we put it off and tried to do it later and not be in conflict with, I mean, I certainly don't want to have orange cones or a bobcat or an open trench at the grand opening of the Noun Hotel. That's the last thing I want. But to do it in a more routine manner would just be duplicating efforts, duplicating resources, We would be digging up things that had just been constructed. And as you know, when we do, it may not be the highest priority for the utilities department to replace a water line, but as long as the street is open for a very high priority street program, we go ahead and do that work to make the best use of our resources and be responsible to our taxpayers. So this is not dissimilar. So that's why the conventional design build under normal circumstances would probably have been the route that you chose. But in this particular set of circumstances, that's really not the best option either. And I did want to, I'm glad we had the opportunity to sort of familiarize all of you with the Center City Form-Based Code TIF. We're doing work right now with the Center City Form-Based Code Ad Hoc Committee to address the building form standards and the actual Center City Form-Based Code. But the companion part of this was creating this TIF, and as you pointed out, we did hire Johnson and Associates to do a block by or a sector by sector analysis, and this could have possibly been a very interesting TIF project for one of our first TIF projects in Center City. So it's a good chance to be able to say to all of you and say to our viewing public that this is TIF number 3. It's an ad valorem TIF as opposed to a combination ad valorem sales tax. It's the best kind of TIF in many ways. There's a policy guide that goes along with it. This particular document that you pointed out supports the number that was approved for the TIF. And it's kind of informing in this particular instance why it's important to have this work done, because we recognize that this TIF is focused on public infrastructure. That's really what the money is supposed to be spent on, and that we have it broken down literally by not just what it might cost for the block, but it's broken down by roadway, water line, storm sewer, sidewalk, streetscape. So we have a rough idea, as you said, of what we would be investing in this at some point in the future. So part of the other piece of how we go forward considering a TIF project is we have to be flexible enough to respond to this kind of development. And so when this was done, it still shows an old apartment complex. It's amazing that we are as close as we are as to what the repair needs to be with the quick projection in 2017. But the fact of the matter is that was not on our radar at the time. We now have a project that's close to being completed, and while this may not have been the highest priority in another set of circumstances, where we find ourselves now is I'm not going to say no to a stormwater mitigation project. This is how we do it, parcel by parcel. It's the only way we can address mitigating stormwater right now. So while it may not be an emergency and it may not be the highest priority, all things considered, with a new hotel coming online, it's the perfect opportunity to go ahead and use resources that we've identified and go ahead and do it this way. So that was really the point of making sure you all were part of that and understood what we were doing, and that if we'd had more time, there might have been a better option, but all things considered, we should fix it now. So that's all I have to say. So supporting change order on an existing contract.
Thank you. Councilmember Schuler.
Yes. Most of my questions don't necessarily have to do with the change order of the project. I'm starting to become intimately aware of travel impacts to street projects, especially with the Imhoff Bridge closure and some of the other street projects in my ward. So what are the potential travel impacts for doing this project? What is the timeline? When will this be ripped up? Because I'm specifically thinking too about the parking lot across from the First Presbyterian Church that is utilized by a lot of students for parking. And then the lots just immediately south are also student parking and then faculty staff parking for the university. And so what are the implications for impact and what is the timeline for that?
Certainly, and that's a great question, and it's something that we have discussed. Obviously, that one water line lowering will require closing of the roadway for a short period of time. We'll come back, we'll gravel fill it, and then later there'll be a one-day where they finish compacting it and put the asphalt down. So that's the road closure portion. They will work probably in that west lane, so it may have to go down to one lane while they're doing that. As far as time frame, that's kind of the last piece of this that we really need to figure out exactly how long we really think it's going to take. It's a pretty small line. It's not very deep. We ought to be able to move pretty quickly. But as far as access, we always make it a critical point on all of our projects to maintain access to all parking and all driveways as much as possible. Obviously, when we're dropping pipe in and trenching right there, we can't do it, but we do have them backfill that and then use gravel as necessary to make sure that there's access to all those access points. And we would make those same accommodations here as we went through the project. So I do anticipate we'll look at it in more detail. There's still some of those fine details that we need to work out. My best case scenario would be if we could make 2 real skinny lanes and just be careful, that would be perfect. And we may be able to do that because this is right at the curb line and we typically have a little bit of extra roadway there. But we may have to close that southbound lane temporarily.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also just thinking too about pedestrian access and things like that. I know that some of that area is already kind of closed off, and you know there are also a lot of students that park, you know, at McFarland and kind of walk down through that corridor. So it is kind of a high traffic with you know people that are walking as well as you know people driving, and then the intersection at University is also kind of a high. University and Boyd is also a high impact area. So there was another question. It was just really a anecdotal.
And we will put up pedestrian. I mean, it's one thing that we're really emphasizing right now is making sure that if we're closing a pedestrian walkway, that we're putting up pedestrian detour, or actually making people consider pedestrian detours. The hard part here is from the areas you're talking about. I don't have a signalized intersection to use safely,
right.
But we'll put up appropriate signage, especially so that we meet current ADA requirements.
And then as we think about, you know, putting in these upgrades, you know, we're ripping up streets and we're doing partial reconstruction of, what does that do to future upgrades? And will there need to be, you know, more streetscaping or, you know, will we have to redo the asphalt at some point? Is that more money down the road? Is that in the timeline of a TIF project, or is the cart coming before the horse? I'm just trying to figure out, like, how does this fit with the overall scope of the other projects that will come in the area, even further down towards the intersection at Boyd, or, because I know there's pulling down by those as well. It goes all the way through the corridor, not just right here.
I agree. That is something that we are going to have to address at some point. We currently do not have a project set to address this corridor at this time. But the way we would do this, we do it in a way where that we'd probably be looking at a street like this of doing what we call a mill and overlay, where we take off that top 2 inches. We patch any areas that are in really bad damage, that are deeper damage, and then we come back and we put 2 inches of asphalt back over that. So we designed this in that same way, where we'd have our normal base layer, our of the thicker asphalt, and then we have our nice stuff on top, and that would be able to be milled off and taken out. We'll also make sure that as we're doing it, that we don't wind up with our seams where we're going to wind up with water infiltration. The typical things we do, we have typical details for roadway patches, and we'd be using those for this project. I'm anticipating it's not going to even, we don't want to have that, where we finish that repair, we don't want to be right where the wheels travel, because that causes it to fall apart faster. So we'll make sure that it goes out far enough to where it's not directly in the wheel path, and that will help preserve that for a longer time frame until we come back to complete the rest of the roadway.
Yeah, okay. I agree that I think that obviously this is the way that stormwater has gotten done in our town, in our city for, you know, forever, because we don't have a stormwater utility. We don't have a way to address the millions of dollars worth of stormwater infrastructure projects. And one thing I will say is that what happens here on University happens in front of my house. And I think that a number of residents are experiencing this very thing all over Norman. And so, you know, it's a thing to wrestle with, and thinking about why this project specifically, when there are so many projects across the city that, you know, could utilize this type of upgrade. So I understand that, you know, we do have this wonderful, you know, hotel that's going in. I've been watching the progress as I park my car just south of it, and I'm really excited for, you know, it coming to the community and what it's going to, you know, potentially bring and be able to service to the campus in that area. But, you know, I think there's also some points to be made about why are we not able to do these things in other areas. And so just thoughts for the community about how do we continue to address stormwater more broadly.
Thank you. Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. I really just agree with the comments from Councilmember Hall and Schuler and everyone else, but yeah, given the circumstances in the area and time constraints, and definitely don't want this going on during football season either, so, and, you know, thousands of people will see Norman for the first time by staying at this hotel, so, you know, it got to make a positive impression, I think, so I agree with Councilmember Hall. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Studley.
I just am kind of reiterating what Councilmember Schuler said about, I do agree that this is, it needs to be done because it, you know, why not do it while we're already under construction? It saves the city money. But it does just kind of rubs me a little bit the wrong way and looks a certain type of way to our community that this is the priority that we've suddenly placed. And when we have citizens who've been crying out for years, I've lived here for over 40 years and it's always flooded. And so it's just frustrating that we're taking, you know, and don't get me wrong, I want this hotel to look pretty whenever people come in, but it's just, it looks bad for our other citizens who've been crying out, hey, my street's flooding, I'm having issues with my yard, I'm having issues with my foundation, but we're taking care of the hotel first as they're being built. So just keep that in mind as we're moving forward in our community and what the needs are really for citizens. So
We'll keep that, bear that in mind.
thanks.
Okay. Thank you for all of your comments. I feel like there's obviously direction that we're comfortable moving forward now that we have more information. Excellent points on all fronts. Congratulations on the longest study session in history.
Council, thank you for your patience. The pace at which development is coming our way, we don't ever want to be the bottleneck that stops progress, and you can tell we've got a lot of plates in the air. We appreciate your patience and hanging in there with us tonight. Thank you very much.
Huzzah.
Huzzah.